Welcome back to Anglesey for the first day of this 750 Motor Club meeting. And as you can see there, the cars are gathering for our first race this afternoon, which is for the Tiguan Road Sport Series. And the cars are heading out onto the grid now ahead of their 45-minute race for these production, saloon and sports cars, which are split over 4 different classes, all based on power to weight ratio. And it's a great grid of in excess of 30 machines for what will be a 45-minute race with a pit stop in the middle third. And there are various cars with additional penalties for either success or for the type of car they are in. And we'll bring that to you as the race goes on. But in a moment, I think we'll have a look at the grid for this first race of the afternoon, which is forming in front of us for their green flag lap behind the pace car, and then it'll be a rolling start once the race gets underway. With there on pole position, you can see the Volkswagen Golf GTI, the developed car by Area Motorsport, being started by team boss Rob Baker, and that car finished second last time out at Croft. A race which was won by the car that's directly behind them on the grid, which is Mark Grice and Will Beach's Seat, to be started by Mark Grice. And that car will have the largest success penalty for winning that race of 15 seconds, 10 seconds to the Baker Swift car. And then 5 seconds for Luke Handley, who will start in 4th. That was the top 3 in Class A at Cross Circuit. But let's have a look at the grid then for the second race of the series. So on pole position is car number 1, so that's Rob Baker's Volkswagen Golf. He shares with Cole Swift. Alongside is the Ginetta G20, which will be started by Alec Livesley, and Adam Bessel will take over. On the second row of the grid, the Seat Cupra of Mark Grice, who shares with Will Beach. And alongside is Luke Handley, the first solo driver in his Volkswagen Golf. On the third row, we have Ryan Parkin in his diesel Audi TT, and alongside Colin Gillespie in his Seat Cupra. On to the fourth row of the grid is where we find Chris Mills and his BMW M3, who is alongside Scott Parkin's diesel Golf. On the fifth row of the grid should have been the Luke Browse to start, Paul Browse to take over M3 GTR. That car had problems in qualifying, so hopefully we'll see that start from the pit lane. And next up is 777, which is Robert Andrade's Seat Cupra. On the sixth row, where we find Warren Allen, who drives a Porsche Cayman, and alongside is Liam Crilly, who is there in his BMW Z4. On to row 7, we find the Ginetta G40, which will be started by Chris Webster. He shares with Matthew Tidmarsh, and alongside is the Porsche Boxster of father and son John and Chris Walker. On to the 8th row, where we find James Birch in his Vauxhall Corsa alongside Alvaro Crago's Porsche 968 Club Sport, who he shares with Daniel Crago. And then on to the 9th row of the grid should have been Rob Phillips. I think he's there in his Honda Civic alongside Jamie McHugh, who starts the Porsche 944. He shares with Tom McHugh. On to the 10th row is Sammy Bowler in her Mini Cooper S, and she's alongside David Lawrence to start the Honda Civic. He shares with Mike Sanford. On to the 11th row is Alex Richardson in his Mazda MX-5 and Michael Downey's Porsche Boxster S. On row 12 is Sam McKee's BMW 328i and Ben McCauley's Lotus Elise. John Peerless is there on the 13th row in his Honda Civic alongside George Whitehouse's Mini Cooper. Nick Varley is up next in the Caterham 7 and Rory Melia's Mini Cooper. Mark Enot's Renault Clio is alongside Mike Rayner's Lotus Elise. On to the 16th row is where we find John Maddock-Jones in his BMW 330 alongside Morgan Cleeseby's Toyota MR2. We won't be seeing Daniel Irving's Mazda MX-5, but going from the pit lane after being excluded from qualifying is Josh Lawton, his Honda Civic. He had a failed ride height test in qualifying, and Will Stacey was missing from qualifying. He'll be starting also from the pit lane in his Lotus Elise. So 2 quick cars to go there from the pits. Josh Lawton, who was at the sharp end at Croft, he finished 5th. And Will Stacey, who will start behind him, he was the Club Enduro winner at Croft last time out. So 2 quick cars from the back. And as I say, 3 of the top 4 all with pit stop success penalties. There's also cars like the Ginetta that's there on the 2nd position, Alec Livesley and Adam Bessel. They have a 10-second pit stop penalty, as do all cars with a non-standard sequential gearbox. So as I say, this is a power to weight ratio formula. So the cars within Class A are up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for 240, Class C for 180 and Class D for 145. The Class B winner last time out at Croft was Scott Parkin, and Class C was Matt Creed, who got the Class win there. And we have got some Class D entries this weekend, which we didn't last time out. So we're shortly going to get the 45-minute race underway. As you can see, the cars there starting to form up in 2x2 fashion. We've got some very different types of car there on the front row of the grid, with the Golf GTI of Rob Baker, and then Alec Livesley's Ginetta G20 with the Zetec engine, a much, much lighter car. But over the course of a full lap of this Anglesey International Circuit, we're separated by just 6/100ths of a second. So the red lights are on, the pace car is into the pit lane, and 45 minutes then of Tagir Road Sports Series racing gets underway as the lights go out, and Rob Baker on the inside line. Is he going to be able to hold off Alec Livesley? Goes right round the outside in the Ginetta G20, and the G20 tries to nose ahead as the rest of the field still flowing across the line. Such is the size of the grid, but it is the Ginetta of Livesley that leads. Baker is there in second. Will Beach his car with Mark Grice, I think, starting. The Seat is alongside Luke Handley, but Luke Handley's got the inside line, and it's still side by side for the lead because Rob Baker squeezes up the inside of Alec Livesley, who's all over the curb in the Ginetta, which looks tiny, Johnny Palmer, next to the Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, the roofline of a Golf, much higher, isn't it? You wouldn't necessarily have thought that compared to SUVs and other things on the road, but when you're up against a purebred racing car in the Ginetta G20, very different driving perspectives, you have to think, and 2 massively large lurching touring cars now next in the sequence. Luke Handley, who's got the jump on Mark Grice's Seat Cupra, the Dayglow yellow and grey colours, all cars of different shapes and sizes working their way through Peel, and you can certainly tell from the quick wiggle there of the Ginetta G40 of Chris Webster, tyre temperature still very much inching its way to within the operating window. But great fight for the first few corners of this opening lap. Now, though, Rob Baker's starting to establish a lead early on in this 3/4 of an hour race.
Alec Livesley's lost a couple of positions there in his G20, which he shares with Adam Bessel, who was so quick in the Club Enduro race last time out at Croft. A lot of these cars will be doing both races, particularly those at the front of the field, almost using this as sort of a simulation for the longer race tomorrow. There you can see Livesley under pressure from the Audi TT, the TDI car of Ryan Parkin, who missed last time out. He had some different drivers in that car, but he's out in his TT today, and he's got the BMW M3 there just behind, the older car driven by Chris Mills. You've got a diesel Golf there just behind. That's the second of the dark side cars. That is for Ryan's twin brother, Scott Parkin, who's out in that one. The Audi, they're all over the curb coming out of Church Corner, but a very good first lap of this race for Rob Baker, who's pulled a 2-second gap over his teammate Luke Handley in these Area Motorsport developed Volkswagen Golfs. And then the Seat factory-built Cupra is there in 3rd position, driven by Mark Grice to start this one. And here's that battle for 2nd place, Johnny, between the Golf and the Seat.
Yeah, so Golf under pressure, and possibly from 2 Seats. There's the other one with the tartan nose, and that is Colin Gillespie, number 151. So this developing nicely for 3rd, 4th and 5th places. It's 2 abreast further back with the Ginetta that started, remember, dicing for the race lead, briefly held the race lead with Livesley at the wheel. Now under pressure from Ryan Parkin's Audi TT to the outside line at the hairpin. That line is not going to work. In fact, it's likely to lose Mark Grice a position. Not quite. Colin Gillespie wasn't close enough to pounce, but as you attack in one movement, you very quickly need to go into defensive mode in the early stages of a race where these cars look very even, unless you're Rob Baker, it seems.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He's getting away, the 3-time Club Enduro champion, with his co-driver Cole Swift. There is Grice, who had that error, didn't he, earlier on. The Audi TT in the background. Ryan Parkin was trying to go around the outside of Alec Livesley, but run very, very wide at turn 1. Will Stacey, by the way, from the pit lane, was up to 23rd at the end of the first lap of this 32-car grid. And we've got a car off at the final corner as well. That's the Mazda MX-5 of Alex Richardson, who should be able to get back going. But 2.8 seconds is the lead gap for Baker, who's done a 1 minute 36.9. It's very warm out there now, and the cars are, of course, full of fuel, so the lap times are a bit slower than they were in qualifying this morning when we're in the 1 minute 35s. But there's that battle of a second, third and fourth between Handley, Grice and Gillespie, with Luke Handley then in second place. He was the Class B champion in Club Enduro last year. He's upgraded his car to this Class A specification car, so more power, bigger turbocharger basically on that car. But here's the battle for fifth, and it's still Alec Livesley just ahead of Ryan Parkin in the diesel Audi there that tries to come down the inside. That's the Dark Side Developments prepared car, who are diesel engine specialists, hence why they've got that engine in the Audi TT. But he's still there in sixth. And again, Johnny, after the mistake a lap ago, Mark Rice putting the pressure back on for second place.
Yeah, he's found his rhythm again, hasn't he, after outbraking himself into the banking 2.1 miles ago and managing to shake just briefly Colin Gillespie as a distraction. Totally together though between the Audi and the Ginetta again into bus stop, and Alec lives in a little choice but to run out wide, and that will give Parkin the opportunity, the slingshot out of bus stop into turn 1 for the TT to slot ahead and I think just about get the position. Meanwhile, the Golf versus the Seat still very much in the reckoning.
Yeah, Mark Grice was all over the back of Luke Handley as they went into the banking, couldn't get through. Now they're through Church Corner. So you've got the Area Motorsport Golf ahead of the Capture Motorsport Seat. They're pretty evenly paced as they accelerate uphill towards the Rocket Corner. Is the Seat going to be able to challenge? Not at this stage. So the difference we've got here is the sort of privately prepared Golf from a road car to a racing car by Area Motorsport, and then the fully factory-built Seat behind of Will Beach. It's great to have that variety, isn't it, in a series like this, Johnny?
Totally, and you then have to think, well, factory, that would be the advantage, but to be honest, there's not a lot between the two different preparation versions, if you like, and great that the two Seats now can really take the fight to the Golf, because as Handley and Grice fight amongst themselves, they're not going as quickly as possible, as demonstrated perfectly there by Handley, who was going to go into the hairpin, kind of occupying the middle of the road, and then quickly jump to the inside line. These are not ideal racing lines, hence the reason why Gillespie is able to find a good chunk of time on this particular lap. They are able to extend away, though, from Ryan Parkin's Audi TT, which is starting to become slightly lonely in fifth position. Ginetta tucked in behind as well, as they're the three, second, third and fourth, through Shot and through turn number 1, still in the same order.
Behind all this, Will Stacey in the Lotus Elise that comes across the line now has set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 35.3. He's about 2 seconds quicker than the race leaders, is Will Stacey in that Rob Boston Racing run Lotus Elise that's out up into 11th position that started from the pit lane. So car number 49, which was a late entry into this race. Will only got here at lunchtime. There he is. He had to do his laps to qualify for this race out of session, but he is absolutely flying in the Lotus there, Johnny. It's about of a second place, carries on as well.
Yeah, that was Grice trying to nibble up the inside into Rocket to get ahead of Luke Handley. Wasn't going to work there, and the more that Grice attacks, the more that Colin Gillespie thinks, well, you go one side, I'll go the other, and potentially take both of you at the same time. Colin Gillespie needing to be a little bit cautious, though. There are two names on that car, but he's doing the solo drive this weekend. Yes. There is a longer race to come tomorrow, though, where that may change, but there's only one name alongside the 151 Seat, at least in my programme. Yeah,
he'll be joined by ex-British GT driver Phil Dryborough tomorrow.
Cool, okay.
But Colin Gillespie goes solo in the car he owns during the shorter race, the Road Sports Series. Now, for second place has Mark Grice got alongside Luke Handley here to take second position into the final corner. He breaks late. straight and slices up the inside. All these front-wheel drive cars at the front. Does he slide a little bit too wide? Not too bad. So he's up into second place now, is Mark Grice. But he knows he needs to get on with it because he was the winner at Croft. He's got the biggest success penalty of all in this front group. He's now 7 seconds behind the race leader, though, Rob Baker, who's really made the most, Johnny, of having that good start and getting away from the pack.
Yeah, indeed. And it's often where you can make hay early on in these races that can pay dividends much further down the line. 45 minutes will be easily the longest race we've had all day, but there's a 2-hour race to come tomorrow as a Lotus still making great ground in the hands of Will Stacey, the Elite S2, running in, well, probably better than 10th now, up to at least 9th, Josh.
And he's going 3 seconds quicker than the race leaders now, despite being in traffic. He hasn't got the straight line speed, as you can see here, against Warren Allen's Porsche Cayman, but it's so much lighter is this Lotus Elite. It's very well developed as well, and he just drives, well, perhaps a bit wide, but clean round the outside of Warren Allen there does Will Stacey, the former Lotus Elite trophy champion, a Mazda MX-5 racer who's been racing this car that's continued to be developed over the last couple of years. He doesn't need to turn up until lunchtime, Johnny. He might well have a chance of winning this race.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach to a weekend. I'm not sure necessarily that it's all down to, confidence as such. There were underlying circumstances which meant that he wasn't able to take part in qualifying. There's always an argument, I suppose, ahead of a long race, how much does qualifying actually matter? But I do think still it pays to be out of trouble at the start of a race, particularly how busy things got for the first couple of laps.
The car he's catching now is the Class B leader, Scott Parkin, and Scott was the class winner last time out at Croft as well. So that's another car with a quite a large success penalty. Class C, by the way, is being led by the Porsche 944 of the McHughes, with Jamie McHugh starting that one. So we'll try and keep an eye on the class battles as well as the Class A cars up front, which sees Rob Baker with a 7.3 second lead after 6 laps.
Will Stacey wanted to get up the inside of Scott Parkin's VW Golf into turn 1, but then had to get out of the throttle to avoid contact. And how about this for a fight now between Colin Gillespie in the second of the Seat Cupras and Ryan Parkin in his TT. So the TT, quite a slippery machine compared to the more boxy shape of the Seat Cupra. Scottish sole tyre on the B pillar for Colin Gillespie, and for tomorrow Phil Drybrough. So this is going to be a busy car, and needing to change pilots partway through tomorrow's event, due for a start just after 2:30 in the afternoon. Ryan Parkin's Audi TT has looked very racy from the off, in fact, and could yet be staring at a top 4 finish. Mark Grice is able to head away from Luke Handley on this run down Tom Price straight. The little Ginetta's not given up, though, in fairness. Alec Livesley going to be handing that car over later on in the piece to Adam Bessel, and it is still there in 6th position.
For Will Stacey, he's caught the car in 7th place now. Chris Mills is able to take that tighter line, but hasn't got the straight line speed. And that's what makes this really interesting. The Club Enduro race we had at Croft last month, it was a great 6-car battle for about half an hour of the race. Nose to tail change in positions. It's a simple way to do balanced performance, this power to weight ratio, but it's really effective with the various different cars you can see towards the front of the field. But Will Stacey is sort of belying that, really, with the pace he has got in that car. You'd think being a lighter car as well, Johnny, it should look after its tyres a bit better than especially the front-wheel drive cars up front.
Agreed, and he's very decisive when his overtakes as well. I mean, clearly he's in a quicker car than 8th place would show, and he's now got up to 7th because wasted no time at all approaching Christopher Mills' BMW E36 and was able to pick off that touring car into 7th place on the exit of turn 1, Josh.
This is about a third within Class C between Sam McKee in his BMW and Ben McCauley in his Lotus Elise. Ben, who's a paramedic from West Sussex, chasing after Sam McKee, who drives his BMW to all of the events he races at, and he's still there just ahead of McCauley. And that is battle of a third within Class C. It's still, though, Jamie McHugh, who leads the class with David Lawrence in his Honda Civic in 2nd. This is about of a 3rd place through the banking with the BMW ahead of the Lotus Elite. So whether it's the top class or some of the lower powered classes, you still get this great variety between different types of car that can battle away. And we're only 2 minutes away now from the pit window opening, so quickly the first third of the race has gone. and 60 seconds is the minimum stationary time when we come to our pit window, and with, of course, those extra either success penalties or the sequential gearbox penalties that we have. Across the line, I noticed that Ryan Parkin has got himself into 4th position and up ahead of Colin Gillespie. And right behind them is Alex Livesey, but they're all being caught by Will Stacey, so perhaps that'll be a good battle to look at in a few moments' time. But for now, we can enjoy this battle for what is 21st overall, but more importantly, for a class podium position.
So Sam McKee, Ben Macaulay, I guess you call that a Mac attack, as they really get stuck in to one another for 3rd position in category C. It's led by a Porsche 944 of the McHughes. And who do we put in to start with? Jamie McHugh to start, Thomas to take over at some point in the next 16 minutes. Running a touch wide there was Parkin in his Audi TT, so that shows you that a bit of pressure. Or has he got ahead of Colin Gillespie? He certainly was ahead at the start of this lap, and the Audi is now in front to split the two Seat Cupras.
Bit sideways there for Alex Livesey in the Ginetta G20, and now Will Stacey is with him and alongside as they come down towards Siemens. Around the outside goes Stacey. I would imagine the Lotus and the Ginetta have quite similar characteristics, but Stacey's gone around the outside regardless, and Ryan Parkin's fallen behind Gillespie now, and Stacey, is he going to thread the needle between the middle there? It's off the road, it's gone Luke Handley with a failure of some description, do you reckon there, Johnny?
Front right's gone big time. Is that just a... No, I think the wheels almost tried to part company with the car. I wonder whether there was a bit of debris across the road. There was certainly some smoke just off frame, and certainly the Lotus has run through that. Now, how sharp are those shards that Will Stacey has potentially picked up in his tyres? It all happened in and around where Ryan Parkin was, and Colin Gillespie as well. Got 30 minutes to go still in this race. If they've run over some errant debris there, that could really bite later on in this mini enduro.
In all of that, Stacey got through the middle, didn't he, of those two cars? So he's actually into 3rd overall now. So he's got the same pit stop penalty as the leader, and he's currently 14 seconds behind. Is Stacey in 3rd place, but we have yellow flags for that incident. But it's obviously quite a big failure, whatever it was, in there for Luke Handley in his Volkswagen Golf. So there is Stacey in 3rd. Is Ryan Parkin still 4th? Yes, he is. And we're well into the back marker traffic now for the less powerful cars. They'll be slicing their way through, and particularly through this part of the circuit, Johnny. It's quite tight, so you have to be quite decisive if you're going to get past the slower machines. Yeah,
otherwise just bide your time, but that's the last thing you want if you've got somebody on the same lap, in the same class, desperate to try and get by. The Ginetta tries it on the run into Siemens corner, and can the Ginetta get it stopped in time to turn left in the hands of Alec Livesey? I think so, but they were heading into a yellow flag zone there, so Alec couldn't afford to waste too much time in getting the overtake completed before they were into the caution area. Now just keeping an eye out for that braking area into the banking as to whether there's any more debris around. It was a strange failure. There was a bang out of shot, and then all of a sudden the Golf off on the grass, but the tyres still seem to be inflated, so front right wheel detaching, maybe after a hub or brake failure perhaps. It's a strange one 15 minutes into a race.
Yeah, absolutely right. Class B we haven't mentioned for a little while. That's Scott Parkin, who leads in his diesel Golf, and he leads that class by about 15 seconds already over Liam Crilly, who's 2nd in the BMW Z4, and James Birch is 3rd within class in his Vauxhall Corsa. In all of that is Josh Lawton, the other driver who started from the pit lane. He's up into 11th overall now in his Honda Civic. But here is Stacey then. He's now only 10 seconds behind the race leader. On that last lap, he was a couple of seconds quicker than Mark Grice, and a much slower lap from Baker, presumably in traffic, which caused that. But Stacey here then dives down the inside of Rory Melia in his Mini Cooper, the ex-Formula V racer, who is out there. And Stacey's put a lap on him now, and he turns his way through. I think the pit stop cycle is beginning as Josh Lawton makes his way down the pit road in his Honda Civic, and that's going to get pretty busy now with the pit window open for a further 12.5 minutes.
There are various configurations of pit lane that can be used here at Anglesey, but I'm assuming it's the quick dive left just before bus stop and in to the pit lane, which runs parallel with the start-finish straight.
Josh Lawton's actually gone into the garage in his Civic, so that's obviously more than just a pit stop, that's a problem. And that is presumably going to be a retirement from the race. A change for second place. Stacey's already through and ahead of Mark Grice as they come up across the line now, out of camera shot. And Stacey then from the pit lane to second in about 18 minutes or so. And he is now 9.6 seconds behind the race leader. So it feels, Johnny, like this is going in one direction.
Yeah, 134.9. Compare that to, that's a best lap for Will. 136.9, Rob Baker's best effort so far. BMW parked at a peculiar angle is the car of Christopher Mills.
And that's because you have to park at a 45-degree angle in the pit lane, so there's space for everybody, basically. And hopefully that means it should be done as safely as possible. So that's we'll see a lot of that over the course of the pit stop races this weekend. Here's the race leader. We haven't seen much of Rob Baker during the course of this race. The area motorsport boss who runs so many cars, not just in the 750 Motor Club paddocks, but elsewhere as well. And he shares this car with Cole Swift. They have won the Club Enduro Championship 3 times and all in the last 3 seasons. But a new car for this year. The car was a little bit of a handful at Croft, but it seems to be working well today on a different layout, but not as well as the Lotus Elise is of Will Stacey that went so well here last year until it had some car problems. But Stacey there in second position, chasing down the leader, who stays out for another lap. So Rob Baker puts another lap in the books, as we have other pit stoppers such as the Walker family Porsche Boxster. I can see is in there in the pit lane, the Charles Ivy Racing run car that's in the pit lane. So it looks like possibly Dad's got out the car, John, and son Christian Walker is jumping in as a new fastest lap of the race for the race leader, Will Stacey, a 1:34.79. He's now only 5 seconds behind the race leader.
So he's halved that gap in the space of 2 or 3 minutes, it feels. Bear in mind, we've got 25 minutes of this race still to go. Now, he will be able to catch that 5 seconds up within the next probably 5 minutes. Question is, how easy is it going to be to pass Rob Baker? So work going on the front of that Civic, I noticed, in pit lane. And another car that has come down pit road, the 256 on the Civic Type R, which is David Lawrence, to hand over to Mike Sanford.
Yeah, the Civic that was having some work done on it was Rob Phillips in his slightly older Civic, the EP3 model. Meanwhile, there is Chris Mills, who I think has made his pit stop in his BMW M3, and he's just come out just ahead of the car that runs in third position. That was Mark Grice, who shares with Will Beach, who will be taking that car over shortly. As for the car behind them, that's the Michael Downey Porsche Boxster. That's a Class B car, class that's still being led by Scott Parkin from Liam Quilly and James Birch. Class C still being led by the 944 of the McHughes. And we have got one Class D car out this weekend, which is Morgan Cleesby, and he's out there in his Toyota MR2. But there are the Cragos in their Porsche in the pit lane. That's a 968. Which is another Charles Ivy run car, which we will see also out in the Carmel Porsche Trophy. So they've got plenty of racing over the course of the weekend. And their driver change is ongoing, with Alvaro Crago getting out, and Dan will get into the car, as he has done so already, I think.
That was interesting. On the back of that 968, there was both drivers listed, Crago, and underneath it said JP. I think I should be in that car for a third stint. The problem is they don't need to come in for a second stop, but maybe I could wave enough flags at them and convince them to hand it over to me. It's a dangerous game, but I'm willing to play it. Meantime, that Ginetta with a very large diffuser coming out of the corner. So that's not the G20, is it? Is that G40
Yeah,
Ginetta?
that's an ex-Rothko car, because
That'll be why.
Ollie
Okay.
Goethe used this as a test car. We never raced in Ginetta Juniors, and Chris Webster, who's a good friend of Stuart Hall, who looks after Rothko, convinced them to sell it, which you probably know. Rothko, Ollie Goethe, doesn't sell cars very often, but I think Chris told him, you don't want a Ginetta G40 in your collection.
Fair
and
enough.
He's put a big 2.5 litre Duratec engine in it, and as you say, lots of downforce, which you wouldn't see on a Ginetta Junior, for example. Is this the leaders together? Has Rob Baker been caught by Will Stacey? Are either of them going to dart for the pit lane at this stage, as we are halfway through this 45-minute race, which seems to be flying along pretty quickly, but no to tell for the lead, Johnny.
Well, Will has tried this a couple of times already and succeeded, a move into turn one. Can't get it done on Rob Baker, though, through the tricky first left-hander on this Anglesey circuit. Now forcing the Golf to defend into the banking corner. Oh, he catches some grass there. So confident on the downforce that Will Stacey is of this little Elise S2. Is he going to dive up the inside for the race lead? They're absolutely side by side, but the problem for Will is he can't easily see where the Golf is because of the low slung roof line on the little Lotus. Going to have to thread the eye of the needle if he gets it done, and Rob Baker is holding firm, in fairness. The Golf that does have to seem to have the measure on the other hot hatches in this race, so far staying in front, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely right. And these two cars both have the same 10-second penalty for the pit stop, so that shouldn't change things. But Will Stacey is on the inside now as they go into Peel, and Baker just can't do anything about it. Look how much more speed the Elise can take through the corners. So I think Will Stacey's got this car now set up absolutely perfectly. He knows how to drive it, and more importantly, he also knows how to overtake cars that have got more power, which I think is easier said than done. But this Anglesey circuit suits the car down to the ground, obviously, either whether on the coastal circuit as we were last year or on this longer international circuit, doesn't seem to be a problem. So in what did we have? Less than 25 minutes from the pit lane to the front for Stacey. And more pit stops down there, including number 32, Mike Rayner, in his Elise S1. And going out the pits is the early spinner in this race, Alex Richardson, in his Mazda MX-5. But for Will Stacey, he now clocks up lap number 15 as the race leader. Such an impressive stint this has been.
Oh, it's a very civilised way to approach a race meeting. Spending the morning sightseeing, basically, in sunny North Wales.
That's Luke Handley, we can see there.
Yeah.
Now trackside and wondering, I guess, if his Volkswagen Golf can be fixed for tomorrow.
Depends how big that failure was and exactly what went wrong. It looks like he's enjoying spectating, though, because clearly two cars or more getting very close to one another right in front of him as Luke flings up the arms there. I didn't see any contact for him before the failure. I'm not saying there wasn't any, but it was a strange incident, and only really he may have the answers. Meanwhile, the Audi TT, a good line through the very fast right-hander at Church, dealing with some traffic. And the track is now very well populated, evenly populated with cars from the Tagiwa Road Sports series, so you're not going to have a moment's rest if you Will Stacey leading the race.
Into the pit lane has come Mark Grice to hand over to Will Beach in this Capture Motorsport run Seat Cupra. Also into the pits is Rory Melia in his Mini Cooper. But for Grice and Beach, their car has a 15-second longer pit stop, so a 75-second stationary after that victory overall at Croft 4 weeks ago. But there is Melia. Good to see him out there, the 33-year-old from Lancashire who's raced in Formula V and 750 Formula in the past, and he drives this 2007 Mini Cooper with a 1.6-litre turbocharged engine, and he's just taking on a bit of refreshments, a drink there during the course of the pit stop, because we've heard, Johnny, in races with open top cars how hot drivers were getting. In these closed cockpit cars, particularly in the pit stops, it must be getting very warm indeed.
When you go out to walk around the paddock, it's quite breezy, but obviously you're not going to get any of that in the closed cars. And if you're tucked in behind a hot race car, all of that hot air is basically being blown in your direction. Also, in a lot of these cars, the engine sits forward of the driver, so heat from that is going to be dissipating into the cockpit. Sure, not particularly pleasant driving conditions. Whoa, well sideways there for the Honda Civic that earlier came into the pits. That's Mike Sanford, I reckon now, who took charge of the 256 Civic Type R from David Lawrence during their stop. We're now only 3 minutes, just less than, away from the pit window closing. You only have to be in the pit lane, though, when 15 minutes remain in the race. I think that's right. You can do your pit stop outside of the time as long as you're in before the cut-off point.
There's, I think, now Adam Bessel at the wheel of the Ginetta G20. Alec Livesey has brought that one in. Bessel has rejoined. I think they may have lost a little bit of time during the course of the pit stops. Once everyone has concluded their pit stop and we've got them back round, we'll have a better idea of the running order. But that driver change has happened, and we've got quite a few still to go in the next lap or so. There's that Honda Civic that we saw in the pit lane, perhaps a touch of damage for Rob Phillips. He continues on his way. Good to see the car, I think, that started a bit late in the race, the Browse BMW M3 GTR that had problems after qualifying. That's the 222 car. Luke Browse started it. Paul Browse may well be at the wheel now. But yeah, that car's only done 3 laps, actually. So into the race a bit late, but a good test session run now for that car before tomorrow's Club Enduro race.
Yeah, that was slightly confusing me when the BMW, the white one, came in at a 45-degree angle, and that was the point where the Treble 2 started its race. Right, we're very nearly at the end of the pit window. Let's get an update from the pits with Andy McEwen.
I think we'll hear from Andy in just a moment's time. He's just grabbing a driver out of one of the garages, and we'll be able to catch up. I think Will Stacey has brought the lead in Lotus Elise into the pit lane. So that means Rob Baker has gone around for another lap, which... if that is... No, he's in, isn't he? So his pit lane box is further along than the start-finish line, where I think Will Stacey's is before the finish line, just to confuse matters.
OK, so they're both in, but one's triggered the beam and the other one hasn't. So it is basically a straight race on pit road. I did think if Will Stacey was staying out, that would be nip and tuck to be able to get in before. There's still a Lotus out on track.
Yeah, so perhaps he did come in a lap before, so I was right first time.
Okay.
But who's going to lead? Because Cole Swift is exiting the pit lane pretty much side by side with the Lotus Elise, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's very close indeed. Looking out of the window at the moment, as they disappear briefly from my sight, the Lotus is marginally ahead, but brand new driver into the Golf, just getting used to current road conditions, and Carl Swift then staying with the Elise S2 for the time being. I think there's only going to be one winner here ultimately, though, as long as the Lotus' reliability is pretty good. But that Golf, like a rocket, heading into rocket, funnily enough, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold back our still race leader, that metallic blue Lotus. That update that I promised you from Andy, here it is now.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Down in the pit lane where things are getting a little bit quieter now as we approach the end of the pit window. Catching up now with Alex Livesley, who's in one of the more interesting cars on the grid, the Ginetta G20. Not a standard G20, must be said. Can you talk us through a bit of the history of the car and what's been changed on it?
It started off as a Ginetta Junior, a 1.4 litre engine. Now 2 litre, sequential gearbox, lots of aero, never had a standard. So, yeah, it's getting there. It's our second event out, and yeah, it's showing quite good at the moment. I think we've got the opposite problem to the TCRs. Our tyres take a while to come in, and the TCRs are quick straight away.
It should be the perfect car, really, though, for this circuit, because it's lightweight, but it's got the downforce, nippy enough down the straights too.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So it's yeah. Hopefully Adam can bring it home in a fairly good position.
Yeah. How are things looking for you out there then? Were you satisfied with your stint?
Yeah, quite satisfied. So we lost a few places at the start with cold tyres. Just took a while for them to come back in, really. So yeah, I'm quite happy now.
You've had a bit of time to cool off now as well. The first thing you said to me when you got out of the car is it's hot out there.
It is hot. It is really hot. We put some cooling in the car, but it's still hot. Tomorrow with the 2-hour race, it's going to be really hot.
So, yeah, that's a good point. This is good training for that in a way, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Rather than testing, we thought we'd just enter this event and see how we go. There's nothing more than competition, is there, to bring out the best in us.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having a chat, Alex. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Good to hear there from Alex Livesley, who's handed over that Ginetta G20 to Adam Bessel. I think that car may have lost a little bit of time in the pit stop. Probably not the easiest car to get in and out of compared to some of the touring cars that have a little bit more space. We're just looking here at car number 70, which is the BMW 330 of John Maddock-Jones, who is battling away there with the Craigo 968, was that, I think?
Yeah, 968 Club Sport, to be entirely accurate, so 135 rather than 35 that it says on its doors. But beautifully turned out machine. Again, all sorts of different shapes and sizes, including that Mini on the high side, which is the 114 car of 114 of George Whitehouse, currently 27th position.
The leader slowing, Johnny. We said this car hasn't had 100% reliability, and Will Stacey is parking the car basically opposite us. You can see that on the camera now as he crossed the line. So he loses the lead to Cole Swift. But more importantly, Johnny, this car that's had a few issues has seemingly got another.
I did mention that word reliability and sort of bit my tongue as soon as I'd said it, because that may well be a perfect example of commentator's curse. We knew the difficulties that prevented Will Stacey from taking part in qualifying this morning, and a great spot from you, Josh, to see it crawling out of the bus stop corner, the final left-hander on this circuit. And unfortunately, well, I suppose the benefit of stopping there is very short walk back to the paddock, but it is all change at the sharp end.
Safety car lights are on standby at this stage, because the problem is Will Stacey can't jump over the pit wall, because it's absolutely a huge pit wall, isn't it?
Yeah,
so safety car boards are already being shown. So I'm afraid what had been a pretty good 35 minutes or so of racing to begin things. Now we are going to get a safety car right towards the end. The order was seeing Cole Swift leading by about 12 seconds, and that's going to disappear. Ryan Parkin's Audi TT is going to end up in second position. Will Beach is there in third in his Cupra. A similar car of Colin Gillespie is fourth. Chris Mills has made his way up into what would be fifth position in the BMW M3. Then the Class B leader is there in sixth position, Scott Parkin in his TDI Golf. Warren Allen is there in seventh. Eighth is Robert Andrade. Ninth is the Class B second place car of Liam Crilly. Then third within Class B and 10th overall will be James Birch. Within Class C, it's now Ben McCauley and his Lotus Elite. Remember, we were talking about him about fourth position in that first part of the race, but he's taken the lead in Class C and got himself up ahead of early leader, the McHugh Porsche 944, now at the wheel of Tom. And then in third position within Class C is Sam McKee in his BMW 330. But this safety car period will tighten up some of those battles potentially. But what it also is going to mean is there's going to be very little of the race to go once this safety car period is concluded.
There's going to be a temptation here to maybe take on an overtake that you wouldn't have even considered at the start of the race when the cars were as close as this. But when you know there's going to be less than 10 minutes to go when we do restart, what will be in Ryan Parkin's mind perhaps, what will be in Colin Gillespie's mind, because he's had a quick car all race long. There are also going to be bits of traffic kind of in the wrong places, and to my knowledge there won't be any sort of reordering or wave bars or anything like that, so it's not going to bunch up the cars that are on the lead lap. They will just be left where they are. So at least if you are Carl Swift, you've got cars immediately behind you, not on your lap.
Yeah, quite a lot actually, isn't there, between he and Ryan Parkin. But for Ryan Parkin, he has the Seat of Mark Rees and Will Beach now, isn't it, immediately behind him. One car you may have noticed I didn't mention in the top 10 was that Ginetta G20. Adam Bethel has dropped all the way down to 15th position, so that really was a much longer pit stop that Alec Livesey didn't really make reference to in that interview, did he? That perhaps took longer than potentially what it should have done, but that car is well out of contention. But there is the race leader. On the road at Croft, that car won Road Sports, the Cole Swift and Rob Baker Golf, but was penalised for exceeding track limits. That's hopefully not going to be a problem for them today. And for Cole Swift, they lead the way then. With just under 9 minutes to go on the clock, the rescue team are heading towards Will Stacey. And hopefully it won't take too long to get that car onto the back of the flatbed. But for Will Stacey, his concern here will be what the problem with the car is and whether that can be fixed for tomorrow's Club Enduro race, because he was the winner at Croft 4 weeks ago. And that is a problem that needs to be sorted. Interestingly, he didn't come into the pit lane. So was that problem immediate as he turned into the last corner, didn't have time to get into the pit lane, and he stopped it very quickly. So I wonder, because tomorrow is the main day for him, whether he thought, OK, let's turn the car off, make sure we don't do any more damage. I didn't see any smoke or anything like that, which we have seen in the past in that car. But we shall see. Perhaps Andy might be able to, although he'll probably be heading towards Parc Fermé shortly with not much longer the race to go, but maybe he'll see Will Stacey and the team and get some news.
Do we know the nature of the problem that kept him from qualifying this morning?
I think it was because he wasn't here. I think that is genuine.
It's not a car, it wasn't a car issue as such then.
From what I understand, he was arriving at lunchtime and using this a bit of a test, like we heard from Alec earlier on.
Bit of sightseeing of North Wales, as I was suggesting. Probably not, but I mean, it just shows that that car is good enough to outpace the majority of the others in this field. How long was the race that he won at Croft?
That was 2 hours, but for the second half of the race, the temperature was on red and the car just didn't break down.
Okay.
Whereas on like this race, I suspect if the temperature went onto that bit, he would just turn it off, like potentially what's happened here.
Yes.
But where in the Club Enduro race, where he's trying to win it, he just carries on and hopes it doesn't blow up.
Yeah.
Basically, I think they told me they were on their 4th engine of the season already, and this is only the 2nd meeting. So they've had, I think, a vast array of problems with that car. It's absolutely rapid. I think it's the quickest car, with no question, whatever track we're at nowadays. But it's whether it'll last the distance.
It is a tad fragile by the sounds of things, and you can see right there, folks, how costly this motorsport lark can be at times when you're chewing through engines, 4 of them, and we're not even into June yet. I fancy William will know roughly what the issue is. Obviously, he was keeping an eye on the dials, the dash, for any indication of something that might be about to go wrong. But as you say, he decided to go straight by pit road, not turn left, and instead stay on the track. So maybe it did just suddenly hit. And he was already beyond the point of no return in terms of going onto another lap, and he was not even going to get to turn 1, let alone do another 2 and a bit miles. So it could be a long night for those associated with the former race-leading Lotus Elise S2. We wish everyone to do with that car well in terms of its quick repair, because we definitely want to see it in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race tomorrow, 2:30 in the afternoon. That's due to start, so they do at least have tomorrow morning as well if needed, but there'll be a qualifying session ahead of that.
Yeah, at 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock, okay. Scratch that 2:30 deadline.
Well, perhaps that is what as long as they get it out, because we've seen he can overtake with pretty much ease.
And he'll have 2 hours to do it there, so he'll probably lap the field if the car keeps going.
And the other question is what the weather's going to do. We mentioned that earlier. The Elise doesn't like the rain as the front-wheel drive cars do. So that, of course, will be another question. The car's back in the paddock, though, so I'm sure we'll be able to go green flag racing at the end of this lap, probably with enough time for 3 laps of racing, I would think. And Cole Swift, I'm sure, will be pushing on immediately with all those cars behind, and then it'll be the battles for 2nd position to look out for, as well as the class battles, of course. So just a reminder, in Class B, it's Scott Parkin who leads over Liam Quilly and James Birch. In Class C, it's Ben McCauley who leads from Tom McHugh and Sam McKee. That's the top 3 within that class. And the Class D car, Morgan Cleesby, I think, still running. The top 10 overall still on the lead lap as the safety car pulls in and Cole Swift accelerates them through the last corner, and here see a green flag now as he goes on to lap number 23 of the race for 2nd position. Ryan Parkin's got to be careful not to pass before the line, but that means he's going to be under pressure, Johnny.
Massively so, and this time from the beach-driven Seat Cupra. So in their pit stop, Mark Grice, who had a great opening stint, handing over to teammate Will Beach, who has a little look at the inside of Ryan Parkin's Audi TT. Good drive off the corner, though, from the TCR car, and they're going to be level pegging as they reach Church. What's the more gentlemanly thing to do here if you're Mark Beach? Well, it's to allow the Audi to at least turn in and keep its place, but really quick out of the traps there. There was also a car going wide coming out of turn 1, which was the number 70 BMW, I reckon, did escape that moment.
For Beach, had a big slide as he went through Church Corner trying to get to the inside of Ryan Parkin. But as you say, Johnny, it didn't come off. 7.5 seconds already dropped behind the leader. So for Cole Swift, it should be pretty smooth from here. At least they'll be hoping for that. But for 2nd place, still in traffic, Ryan Parkin coming under further and further pressure from Will Beach. They've got to lap the Class C leading, one of the Class C cars, I should say, through the corner there, which is the Craigo 968. It's the other sort of front-engine Porsche that's the front of Class C. But that out of a 2nd place, Beach tries to squeeze up alongside Ryan Parkin, can't do it. Now they've got the M3 GTR that came into the race late to get through. The Luke and Paul Brow's father and son machine, I think, just stepped right to allow those 2 faster cars to come through. Not far behind them is solo-driven Seat Cupra of Colin Gillespie there in 4th position.
Yeah, Collins getting closer and closer. He was fourth for a lot of his opening stint as well, so a sense of deja vu for the Scot.
The Class C leaders just coming through the final corner, Johnny. Ben McCauley narrowly ahead of Sam McKee, who gets up alongside him. So for the Class C lead going into the first corner, Sam McKee round the outside, you can see it on your screen now, swoops into the lead of the class. So that was a really good move. And now Alex Richardson up into third in that class. So the McHugh Porsche 944 that led early on starting to drop away. But there you can see Sam McKee up into the class lead now, but very much narrowly over Ben McCauley.
Driven really well, both of these actually. Firm but fair racing. They were dicing for third position in Class C earlier on in the opening stint and has steadily worked their way to the sharp end, helped out I'm sure by good work in the pits and slightly quicker pit stops, as well as the BMW M4 will get by them to put another lap for Liam Crilly. He remains on the lead lap. What about Will Beach, Colin Gillespie, and either of those now ahead of Ryan Parkin, because that's really the dice to keep our eye out for in the remaining 90 seconds.
Alex Richardson's MX-5's joining in on this Class C lead battle
So
now,
is,
Johnny.
yes.
So, and he's going up the inside of McCauley, but there's not quite room there. So you've got 3 cars within Class C. So great to see a good number of cars within the class this weekend, and a great battle in the final moment for the race leader. Cole Swift overall is going to start his final lap now with less than a lap time left on the clock, and for second position it's still Ryan Parkin ahead, so they're equally going on to their final lap of the race as we watch the Class C leaders work their way. They're being lapped by cars, they're trying to lap cars as well, so it's all very busy down at the hairpin there as they're shortly going to start their final lap. And has McCauley got a problem there? Was the Lotus Elise slowing? And is that going to give Alex Richardson a chance to grab second? It's pretty much forward base, but yeah, McCauley's slowing, so the Lotus Elise that was leading the class is for the pit lane as he leaves the rest of them to dice their way through the final corner. None of this a worry for the race leader overall. Cole Swift got a clear track, but behind it's absolutely bedlam.
Yeah, it's not been a great race for Lotus either so far, with 2 of them now hitting issues, it seems. The Ginetta G20 that was well and truly in the fight in the opening stages is still going strongly in the hands of Adam Bessel, just in fact set its best lap of the race so far. Colin Gillespie tucked in behind, but Collins on the lead lap and looking for a way by the Ginetta of Bessel. And here's your second and third place runners, only half a second between them at the start of this lap. It's condensed yet further since then, and they're about 2/3 of the way around the final lap now. Ryan Parkin sticking the elbows out, trying to keep his TT as wide as possible to keep Will Beach behind.
Great battling all the way through this 45-minute race, and Ryan Parkin hanging on for now. They're in second place. You can see a bit of a puff of diesel smoke out the back, but none of this is an issue for Cole Swift. He and Rob Baker won on the road at Croft. This time they look like they're going to take the win overall on the result sheets as well. And for second place, there's contact as they come out the final corner, as Will Beach, I think, might have got into Ryan Parkin there. They say these drivers are just doing this race as a test session for tomorrow's Club Enduro race, but some of those battles would suggest perhaps not. But for second place across the line, Ryan Parkin held on. His twin brother Scott Parkin comes across the line now to win Class B. And what about for Class C? Because we saw those battles going on. Can Sam McKee hang on as he makes his way now down into the final corner with Alex Richardson right behind, and then the Honda Civic getting back involved in that right at the end was Mike Sanford. So first, second and third in Class C, separated by very little more than a second there. So great racing within that category, but for Rob Baker and Cole Swift, that's the perfect start to the weekend. They may have not set the fastest lap of the race, but the Gulf just continued on, and it shows that Area Motorsport with that car have got a reliable car. I guess there'd be that question mark over the teammate car of Luke Handley that had its failure earlier in the race, so they'll be wanting to make sure they understand what the problem was there before tomorrow. But otherwise, a very good race for Rob Baker and Cole Swift. So the whole field now, I think, have taken the checkered flag. So in a few moments' time, we'll be able to take a look at the results then of that Road Sports Series race, which I reckon got only 3 or 4 retirements. So we saw a few cars with issues, but the majority were okay. And we can take a look at the results then of round 2 of the Tiguiwa Road Sports Series here on the Anglesey the Anglesey International Circuit even. And it was car number 1 then, the winners, Rob Baker and Cole Swift by 8 seconds. over Ryan Parkin, who finished second. Third was Mark Rice and Will Beach. Fourth was Colin Gillespie, and fifth, Chris Mills. Winning Class B in sixth place, Scott Parkin doubles up on his victory from Croft, with Warren Allen in seventh. Eighth and second within class was Liam Crilly. In ninth position was Robert Andrade, and completing the top 10 and third within Class B, the Vauxhall Corsa, James Birch. In 11th position after a slower pit stop was Alex Livesey and Adam Bessel. In 12th was Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. Third was father and son John and Chris Walker. Christian Walker, and then 14th was Sammy Bowler. In 15th, winning Class C, was Sam McKee, ahead of Alex Richardson, a gap of just 0.4 of a second at the flag, with David Lawrence and Mike Sanford in 17th and third in class. 18th was Rory Melia, 19th for Michael Downey, and Nick Varley completed the top 20. The McHughes dropped back in the second half. They finished 21st, ahead of Ben McCauley, who managed to take the flag after those issues. George Whitehouse, Mark Enott, John Maddock-Jones, the Craigos, and Morgan Cleesby completed the top 27, and Morgan Cleesby got to the flag as the Class D winner. Then a few cars with problems were Rob Phillips, Mike Rayner, Will Stacey, Josh Lawton, and Luke Handley, who was the first retirement of the race. So we've seen the Road Sports Series race now here at Croft at Anglesey. We'll see the Club Enduro race tomorrow for some of these competitors, but for Road Sports, their next round will be on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. So that's an exciting first for the series. So I'm not sure if it's full, it probably is, but if not, try and get your entry in if you haven't already. Then Snetterton, Brands Hatch India and Donington Park are the remaining races of the season as well. But for Andy McEwen, he's catching up with our class winners down in Parc Fermé.
Well, fantastic Tequila Road Sports Series race here at Anglesey. 4 very happy class winners pulling in somewhere amongst the sea of cars behind me. Now, I did just see Carl Swift. He's over here. This is typically see drivers, they win a race, and the first thing I want to do is chat to each other. Carl, hello again, long time no see. Right. Back to winning ways, I see.
Yeah, unexpected that really. We've struggled with pace in testing yesterday, and probably a heavy right foot, but I managed to dial that back in today and bring it home, and Rob had an amazing first stint, and he put in a blistering lap in quali as well, so much better than expected.
You must have popped out of the pit lane there in the lead, thinking you've got this one made, and then that pesky safety car came out.
Yeah, I did think that, but then saw there was 5 Class B and C cars between, so held the train right back and went early, so I got a bit of a jump before they could pass them on the start-finish line. Bit cruel, but racing's racing. Worked
out well for you in the end, didn't it, I suppose? Difficult to keep the tyres alive there in this sort of heat?
Yeah, this track is a monster for tyres, so they've got like 2-3 good laps in them, and then they're just driving around and chewing them.
Sounds fun. Yeah. Well done, and pass my congratulations on to Rob as well. When you see him, Carl Swift and Rob Baker overall winners. Scott Parkin was here a second ago. There he is, Scott Parkin, our winner in Class B. Congratulations. You were right up there as well towards the very pointy end of the grid too. You must have felt really competitive there.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing we've struggled with, but I think everybody else has, is just tyre temperatures. You could just feel the tyres going off. You know, you get one good lap, you'd have to do 5 laps to cool down. So yeah, I think it was just a case of managing the pace, not trying to set qualifying laps every lap, which is what I like to do normally in the race. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that these tyres lasted the full 45 minutes. I think it would have been touch and go if I'd have pushed too hard. So yeah, but I'd lost radio comms as well, so I've no idea if I'd won or anything, but I had a pretty good feeling that all the laps were coming together. So yeah, all happy.
How does that work during the pit window then? Because obviously you were staying in the car, but you still had to come in and serve the mandatory stop. But the team, are they using pit boards to tell you when to come in?
Yeah, so they held a pit board out. Obviously there's a pit board saying when the pit window's open, but the optimal time is to come in when there's a safety car, so you want to leave it as late as possible. The issue is the only time we know when the pit window's closed is when the pit window close board is open. So yeah, so the guys held out the board, I came in the next lap, and then the pit window closed a lap later, so I think it worked out pretty well really. And then the safety car came after the pit window, so yeah, nobody really gained an advantage under a safety car this time, which is good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Scott. A victory in Class B. Now, Sam McKee is down here, the number 36 car. Sam, our victor in Class C. Sam,
hi, how
you look well and truly worn out after that, mate.
It was work, I won't lie. No walk in the park. Last lap, in fact, really needed to seal it. It's fantastic. I haven't won a race in this car for 3 years. You know, I drive it to and from the circuit. Been racing it 7 years. Ticked over 212,000 miles on the way here, so to be able to go out and do the business like that is just... I'm so proud. I've just dried up from the cool-down lap, I won't lie to you. I was crying in the helmet, I can't believe it.
I love that, though.
Fantastic.
What a way to do it as well in such a nail-biting finish. I mean, at what point did you feel like it was going to happen?
No nails left, honestly, the last second. It wasn't until the last lap that I realised, hang on a moment, actually, he's far enough away that I've got half a chance here, because he was a second up the road in qualifying. But it's a long race, you know, you've got to bang it in lap after lap, and he fell off quite early. And I thought, OK, if I could keep it together, maybe there's a chance, but stunned. And what a place to do it, huh? I actually got to look at Snowdonia on the last lap. I allowed myself a quick glance to think, oh, stunning. Over the moon.
Fantastic. Well done, Sam McKee. A very excited victory in Class C. I don't know where Morgan Cleesby, our Class D winner, has gone in the Toyota MR2, trying to look towards the back end of the grid. I did hear on the Marshall's radio there were one or two cars that might not have made it back. I think he is down here, actually, if we've got time to just have a quick wander down then, because the Class D cars, they don't necessarily get the headlines being right at the front of the field, but they had an entertaining battle in their own right, and it was Morgan who came out on top. And thank you very much to James Stanley for hunting down our Class D winner then. Morgan, congratulations. Race victory, that's all well and good, but I tell you what, I bet this is a fun car to drive around Anglesey on a sunny day.
It is absolutely marvellous. The handling is so neutral, and you can just play with what it's doing, just with your inputs and things, and got some nice bits of drifts going on in the fast corners. I was getting a bit of tail out up the hill there, and I got the idea that a few people that were spectating there were quite enjoying that. Yeah, absolutely amazing. This is my first race.
Oh wow!
And I've won the class.
Wow!
There was no one else in the class, but don't tell anyone.
That's not relevant. You had fun, and you come away with a trophy and a garland. Morgan, congratulations! Glad we had time to come down and find Morgan Cleesby then. So there you go. Skiway Road Sports are all done and dusted. Just to our right, we've got the cars lining up for our next race though, and it's always an exciting race when the Mighty Minis are in town.
So, as Andy mentioned there, up next is the Mighty Minis Championship, which are guesting with the 750 Motor Club a few times this season, as they did at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. So that means we can welcome a fourth voice into the broadcast. Mighty Mini commentator Craig Cook. Welcome along, Craig. Welcome to Anglesey. You were saying this is your first time here, and you sound like you're enjoying yourself.
Oh, massive smiles. The only thing I would say, it's lovely to see the sunshine, but I am burning. So anybody that's ginger, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So, but yeah, it's absolutely beautiful circuit. It really is gorgeous.
So we've got two classes of car here. We've got the Super Mighty Minis that run in Class B that will be at the front of the pack, and then the Mighty Minis at the back, and it'll be a few rows between the two different classes. We'll take a look at the grid in just a few moments' time, but we've got one or two cars just having to be rescued from that last longer race, and then we can look forward to this Mighty Minis Championship race, which will be over 20 minutes. So let's take a look at the grid. So, as we said, the Super Mighty Minis start at the front. And starting from pole position will be car number 1, Nev Kirkpatrick, alongside Stuart Coombs. On the second row will be David Kirkpatrick and Steve Rideout. And then on the third row will be Greg Jenkins. And then a gap to Ollie Samways, who will be on pole position in the Mighty Minis, with Dan Smith behind. Ben Butler and William Tyrrell up next. Then Chris Didcott and Susie Inch, with Bryn Pearce rounding off the 12-car Mighty Mini grid that we have here on the Anglesey International Circuit. So, Craig, not perhaps quite as many competitors have made the trek to Anglesey that we would hope, but usually Mighty Mini racing, doesn't matter how many cars are out there, it'll be some close racing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really pleased with being the guests again here with 750, and especially at a very gorgeous, a lovely track. I love this track. But the main problem is at the moment we've actually got another car that's not running. They're still trying to put the engine in. I don't know if they're going to get him out, and if there is a bit of time, that is Stuart Coombs, and that's the number 8 car, the orange liveried car. That is the Tiger, as I call him, and he's really putting in some effort to try and get that engine running. But we've always had action. That Silverstone, it was one of those days. It was absolutely superb last 2 weeks ago.
So yeah, with the 750 Motor Club, both Super Mighty Minis and Mighty Minis in action, like they're going to be this weekend. In the Supers, it was Nev Kirkpatrick and Greg Jenkins who took the victories there. Tell us a bit about those races.
Oh my goodness me! I got the chance to do both commentary boxes, so I got to see it from different angles. But my goodness, Nevin Kirkpatrick was on fire in the first race. Nobody could stop him. But Greg Jenkins was always looking fierce. So that second race, he was really putting the effort in, and he really did a superb job to climb the ladder and win in a dramatic second race. As for the Mighties, again, you know, Ollie Soundways played a Joker card, and if you don't know about the Joker card, they can play it. They have to give it in between for the second 2 weeks' time. Before the race starts, and they get 10% on every point, every race championship points that they get for those 2 races. So, as you see on the championship table, if we do ever get that up, he's convincingly in the lead. Like it's ridiculous.
But obviously, other drivers would play the Joker later in the
yeah,
season.
And unfortunately, they haven't done so. So I'm very surprised that some of those drivers that are mid-packers are here today haven't had an opportunity or tried to do that Joker card today. So. You know, we had some crackers last week at Silverstone 2 weeks ago, should I say, with Chris Didcock getting his first podium, and he's here this week, so he could get another one, so that would be amazing for him. Yeah,
so for Ollie Samways, as you say, he took both victories and with those Jokers, so he's got a clear championship lead. And in qualifying this morning, was very impressive as well.
Oh my goodness me, wasn't it? Just was that 3 seconds, just close to 3 seconds to the second Mighty Mini on the road, and just impressive stuff from him. He drives it so smoothly, and on the previous race that you just had, he was racing his MR2, which is up for sale if anyone's interested. I did sell, give him a shout out for that. But he seems very, very calm with the car. He's sitting there. He was having Solero ice creams. I was a bit jealous. He was with his family. His dad looks very happy, and we'll see what he can do in this race today.
So if you were watching the previous race, you would have seen a dramatic failure for Luke Handley, and this is the cause of this delay. Getting that car moved from where it is not an easy task, as you can see there. So that's the reason we have this delay. Obviously, one technique hasn't worked, so now they've got the tow strap being attached perhaps to the rear of the Golf. And I presume it's probably pretty boggy down there as well, so they don't want to take the JCB too far into the grass, because we don't want that getting stuck down there. So we're going to still be a few moments before we can get this race underway. So we mentioned Greg Jenkins was a winner at Silverstone, but qualifying for him not going so well. He starts 5th.
Yeah, unfortunately he turned up 2 minutes before qualifying was about to start, so it literally just chucked on the setup that he had at Silverstone, went out. He said it didn't feel quite right. He did have the cam box off just to check the tappets, and they were quite tight, so he's adjusted them just a little bit. He's also adjusted the suspension, so that's now, it should make a lot of difference, especially around this very up and down track, the terrain, you know.
And is it a circuit many of the drivers have used before?
Yes, some of them have. Nevin's been around, 20 years in this, championship, so he's been around quite a lot, and he does enjoy this track. Dave Kirkpatrick also, Steve Rideout, who's been around here. He's been around a long time, and he does a lot of work on all of these cars. So, there's quite a few drivers out there that enjoy this track, and it's great to be back here as well.
You can see there some of the views in the distance, and one of our cameramen taking this chance to have a well-earned rest out there in the sunshine ahead of this Mighty Mini race, which is a few moments away. You mentioned there Nev Kirkpatrick. It feels like he's always raced in the Mighty Minis Championship. Not sure if he's ever actually has raced elsewhere, but obviously still enjoying himself.
Oh, definitely. He's a nervous wreck. If you ever meet him, he's an absolute nervous wreck. But when he gets in that car, he just knows what to do. I mean, we could say it's totally different for the sim racing he does, but obviously we won't go into that. He'll be laughing later when he watches it back. But absolutely unbelievable driver. He really commits to every corner. You'll see him sideways. It's a shame that Ian Slark isn't racing today. Unfortunately, he had engine issues, so he's pulled out of this one. We hope to see him back. But Nevin's the man to watch at the moment. But Greg's not going to give it up. He's only 1 point behind in the championship at the start of the season.
So you mentioned there about the sim racing. That is another element nowadays to the Mighty Minis Championship. So tell us about that.
Yeah, we run a championship, a league called CC Sim Racing. If you want to go and check us out on YouTube, that would be really appreciated. And that's how I got myself into commentary. Roger Tello found me and said, "Would you like to do some commentary?" And I said, "Yes, please, that'd be great." And we got a few of the drivers racing in the fully endorsed sim racing version. So these are mimics from the sim racing, and they enjoy it as much as they do out on track. So But some of them are doing the academy, which never seems to be struggling with. He does like to go backwards into pit lanes for some reason, but he loves it anyway. So same as Chris Didcott and Mark Price, unfortunately not racing with us this year due to health issues.
And I guess that's a way people can get into Mighty Minis. Perhaps if they're thinking about going racing in real life, perhaps try out the sim racing first.
Oh, massively, yeah. I mean, we have Adam Barth who races in the Bobby Thompson Mini. He used to race with us here at Mighty Minis, and obviously doing so well in the British touring car. So he got involved in it. He's done all the setups. It's been tested and tried by all the drivers in the Mighties that are part of the sim racing group. And if you want to get involved, that'd be fantastic. But as again, we've said so many times, it's so affordable to run these minis. If you want to start off in a Mighty Mini, build your confidence up. And just going to stop a minute because I've just seen the car has come out to play. That number 8 car, Stuart Coombs, he's got the engine in, borrowed from Steve Rideout, and it's up and running. That is absolutely incredible. They've done that in 2.5 hours.
And this delay, which he wasn't expecting, has worked very nicely for Stuart Coombs.
Yeah, he was absolutely flustered. Massive shout out to Luke Allen and Laura Harris, by all of them just literally jumping on the car, ripped it out. They said, you got an engine anywhere? And Mr. Steve Rider said, yeah, I've got an engine you can borrow. But he usually has Bobby Thompson's Mini in the back of his Transit. But it looked lucky he had a tent and a spare engine.
Yeah, that's the car second to the right that we can see there in the assembly area at the moment. So furthest to the right is Nev Kirkpatrick, and then one of the officials, I think, just having a word with Stuart Coombs at the moment. So I guess he'll be just keeping fingers crossed at this stage that everything's been installed as it should have been in that rushed period in the paddock to get that car out.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's Derek down there. He's our scrutineer. He's just checking over, make sure all's all right. Yeah, he's a super guy as well. And a massive mention to Bob as well. He's down there in the paddock, and he's been running up and down it like a headless chicken, and he's done an absolutely superb job with, obviously, unfortunately, Roger's got COVID, so he's not with us today, so we wish him well.
We've mentioned there are two classes, but we haven't talked about the differences. So what makes a car a super Mighty Mini and what makes it a non-super, a normal Mighty Mini?
Okay, so the banners on the top is recognisable with a yellow banner for Mighty and a red banner for the Supers. The Mighty Minis run a 1275cc engine, and they're post-76 models, with their carburetor field as well. Tyres they use are A539s. They've got a basic engine with also the standard gearbox as well. The rear adjustable caster plates, full suspension adjustable on the front as well without the rose joints. They've got gas shock adjustable suspension, which you'll see that, I know that quite a few of them have adjusted it quite a lot since the qualifying, because there was a lot of tyre delaminations going on, but we'll talk about that if we get enough time. They also got the polycarbonated rear windows, and they're running about 70 brake horsepower, max speed about 90 to 95, and they have no limiters this year, so they're running about 6,500 RPM in the little Mighty Minis, whereas the Super Mighty Minis they're running 100 brake horsepower with about 110, 115 mile an hour. So you'll see the tow coming into play today. And they want a 1293 engine with Omega pistons. They've also got a new camshaft being fitted as well. So again, no rev limiter, 7,500 RPM. They're absolutely screaming down the straights, and I hope you get to hear it because it's absolutely stunning. And yeah, they're using an SM1104 camshaft with new rockers as well. They used to use the 1.5 to 1 rocker, but now they're using a 1.3 to 1 rocker. So performance levels are a lot better, and it should be a lot more reliable as well. So yeah, gearbox as well. They're straight cut gears with fixed ratios. With the lay gears and the cluster gears, the diff gears as well, all straight. The tyres also Yokohama 048, so they're running a racing tyre, whereas obviously the Mighty Minis are slightly not like a normal road-going tyre, I should say. But you'll see, hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone gets over the line okay with delaminations at the moment. Negative camber as well, and caster plates on the rear, again using the gas shocks adjustables. And as I said before, note with the rev limiter has now been taken off, they're enjoying themselves out there a bit more.
So you mentioned the tyres there. Drivers, I think, have been talking about tyres all day in the other categories as well. It's a warm day, with the sun beating down on the circuit. So I guess the track temperature pretty high, and it's a bit of a problem as well in the Mighty Mini paddock.
Yeah, because usually in a Mighty Mini, around approximately sort of 28, 30 psi, and obviously everyone uses a different tyre pressure, but I think they'll be dropped substantially because they could increase anything between sort of 8 psi to 15 psi on a good day, and like today with the hard corners that they're going through, and it's very tough, obviously, going into these tight right-handers. You're going to see that on the offside front end, well, the left side, should I say, they're going to be degrading that tyre a lot. And we saw on Ben Butler's car, who's at the back at the moment, just find out where he is on track. There he is. He's just coming into shot now. Obviously, can't see him on the screen at the moment, but he was just doing a few adjustments on his car and had to adjust the ride height because they still had all their suspension issues from previous at the Silverstone track. So they've just adjusted them. Same as Dan Smith as well. Great to see him back on track in the 45 car. But I tell you what, they've got to do something big to beat Ollie Soundways today, the 58.
So you can see here the cars are now onto the grid. A big thank you to the rescue teams and to all the marshals here this weekend for recovering that car as quickly as possible. I don't think it was an easy job, but we got there in the end. And a big thank you to all the marshals here at Anglesey this weekend. I know some of you travel with the 750 Motor Club, which means you've probably had some way to come to give up your weekend. But marshalling, an absolutely vital part of race meetings, and that can allow the weekends to go ahead. The cars go onto the green flag lap, Craig, but for Stuart Coombs, he's not getting away very well.
Yeah, he sort of just hop, skipped and jumped, didn't he, there? And he's managed to pull away, which is great. I'm thinking everyone's going to let him through. Yes, they are. So, yeah, very, very fortunate. We'll see what happens at the start of this grid, because fingers crossed all goes well. But Stuart Coombs, great to see him on track. But really looking forward to this. I know there's not many cars out on track, but they're always, always close. So let's see what happens in this first turn.
Yes, the car's currently on a green flag lap then for the Mighty Minis Championship. It's quite a long green flag lap here on the Anglesey International Circuit. There'll be a 20-minute race for the third round of the 2023 season. So basically got two races in one, because the two types of car are about 10 seconds a lap difference to one another. See the spectators are watching up on the banks here. Quite a few with cameras in hand, because the Anglesey circuit makes for great pictures, particularly on days like today. So you can see there's lots of spectators there with their cameras, particularly up at Pill, where the cars go away from you. They go downhill. Basically, from that, when you're up there, it looks like the cars are driving into the sea, which obviously they're not, but it makes for a great photograph. There's David Kirkpatrick. And again, he's been around the championship for a very long time. Yeah, they have. Both the brothers have been in it a long time. And another great shout out for Ian Slark, if you're listening. Definitely that car is black, my friend. Again, it was just a personal joke from the Mighty Mini crew. That was, I'm sure I'll get a bit of a knock on the head for that later on. But yeah, it's great to see him out on track with Nev. And I don't know if he's got the pace, but we'll see. A lot of adjustments have been made since qualifying. And that's where it's going to be crucial now. When we get into this race, sticky tyres, let's see what they can do. See more spectators. I think that's up at the bank in at the second corner. A good place to, you can park your car up on the bank and watch the racing from there. Good to see, I think, a few families as well doing that. So I hope if you're watching trackside, you're enjoying your weekend at Anglesey Circuit. There's lots more racing to come throughout the afternoon after this. There's a further 4 races for Locos, for Mazda MX-5, for Bike Sports and for Porsches, and then a full day of action tomorrow from 9 o'clock with qualifying. And here on Alpha Live, we'll be on air around 9:30 following that qualifying session. But for now, we're getting ready for this Mighty Minis race, with Nev Kirkpatrick then on pole. He was over a second quicker this morning in qualifying, but we heard there from Craig that setup changes for a lot of the competitors, so that may change the order. And of course the toe, which is so effective in mini racing. If you can break the toe, you're doing a good job, and that will be Nev's aim. Stuart Coombs is there alongside him, so he's done a lap now to bed the engine in, ready for the 20-minute race. So hopefully gets the car away okay. And then on the second row of the grid, you see David Kirkpatrick and Steve Rideout with Greg Jenkins behind. Then there's, 3 rows before the Mighty Minis come into sport. And then once that's done, which happens now, the green flag is waved at the back, and 20 minutes of racing sees the 5-second board shown. The red lights come on now, and the red lights go out now. The race gets underway. It's not a very good start for Stuart Coombs, and Nev Kirkpatrick will pull into the lead with Steve Rideout there in second position, who's made a fantastic start, and he tries to go around the outside of Kirkpatrick. He can't make that. The Mighty Minis have all got away safely too, but down towards the banking they come for the first time, with Kirkpatrick leading, with Rideout in second, Craig, and then the second of the Kirkpatrick's David in third.
Yeah, super start from Rideout, isn't it? Down the inside, Dave Kirkpatrick. Has he got that done? I think he has. What a beautiful move that is as he comes into church for the first time. Neville Kirkpatrick has gone, hasn't he? He's also about second already. He's disappearing, but here is where the toe kicks in, because look at Greg Jenkins already up the back end of Steve Rideout. Is he going to be able to make a chance down through Rocket? I don't think he is, but again, look at the toe from Steve Rideout. Down the inside, has he got it done? No, he hasn't. Dave Kirkpatrick manages to save it for another day.
It's a long, long run up towards Rocket in cars that have very little over 1 litre. A little bit wide there for David Kirkpatrick, but he managed to hang on to second place, and he got away from Steve Rideout. Now up to speed is Stuart Coombs, so after not a very good start, it looks like that car is okay, and it's running there in fifth position, but Nev Kirkpatrick's made the most of this first lap, and he's pulling clear of the trio behind. We look back to see the Mighty Minis, and it looks like the leader there's already pulled away, so I presume that was Ollie Samways pulling away from the rest of the gaggle that come through now.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking at the 33 car of Will Tyrrell, and obviously Novice got his ARDS test done in February, as we were speaking earlier on about. He's still there in the mix as we go back to the leaders. Nev Kirkpatrick looks like he's being caught by his brother. Lock up there from Steve Rideout in the 7 car, and looks like Stuart Coombs is just trying to get on the back of these Super Mighty Minis.
Here come the Mighties, as we said. Greg Jenkins, Ollie Samways pulling clear, but then basically the rest of the Mighties all battling for second place.
Yeah, sorry, just a little chuckle there, because Susie Inch has just dived down the inside of Will Tyrrell for 4th place. She's enjoying herself as we look back at the Supers coming into the bus stop, and it's Nev Kirkpatrick from Dave Kirkpatrick, from Steve Rideout, from Greg Jenkins, who's struggling to get that car straightened up and get sideways as he comes through turn 1 as they come back up to the banking.
It looks like there's not much in the way of brake lights coming on into turn 1, so these minis are right on the edge as they go through there. We saw them run out over the curb. The lead gap was actually only 7/10 of a second between Nev and David Kirkpatrick, and again they're sliding the cars around as they go through Church Corner, which I presume is flat out in these cars, but only just flat out, and one of them's all over the grass. One slowed. David Kirkpatrick was that who slowed, and then over the grass went Greg Jenkins, so it might be pretty much flat out, Craig, but maybe not easily.
Yeah, well, you were right. It should be flat out there with these sticky tyres, and you could just see Dave Kirkpatrick going very, very slowly, and Steve Rideout's benefited from that, goes into second place with Greg Jenkins there. But again, Susie Inch down the inside, having a look on Ben Butler. She's going to be smiling. There is a lovely photo of her at Fruxton, by the way, as she goes down, as Will Tyrrell locks up and gets the rear end really cocked up, that wheel there, as they say in the trade, and it's Ben Butler still holding that place from Will Tyrrell, and Susie Inch now drops back 1.
The Inch family, another family that have been around the championship for a long time.
They have indeed, yeah.
And Susie's who keeping the family honour going in the Mighty Minis Championship nowadays. You can see the novice cross there on the back of 33, Will Tyrrell. We just heard about him having his first outing last time out at Silverstone. Susie Inch looks to the inside, can't get through there though. As up front in the class, Ollie Samways continues to pull clear. Dan Smith is in second now, pulling away from the pack, Craig.
Yeah, he's done really well, hasn't he? The adjustments that he's made from qualifying has made an absolute treat for him, because now in second place as Susie Inch goes for that down the inside yet again and gets it done. That's fantastic stuff from Susie Inch, as we're seeing looks like Stuart Coombs down the inside of Greg Jenkins. Has he got that done? Oh, Greg Jenkins got sideways and he saved it. How has he done that? That's incredible, but he's just managed to settle down. I think there might have been a little bit of contact, and it looks like Stuart Coombs has gone, no, do you know what, mate? Have that back, and might have been my fault. As we just come to the start-finish straight, we've got Susie Inch back in front of Tyrrell for that position. Great stuff, and Diddy's on the back of this as well.
So as we suspected, it's hard to know which battle to watch, whether to watch the Supers up front or the Mighties, as we are watching now. Almost free across the circuit, not quite, as Susie Inch then has worked her way there up ahead of Will Tyrrell once again, and then Chris Didcott just behind. But this is probably all going to change by the next corner, Craig.
Yeah, definitely did. He's having another go. Got a podium at Silverstone. He wants another one, doesn't he? So here he goes. Here comes the charge. He was very happy with his car. No problems as such. But you see Tyrrell again going round the outside. Didn't quite work this time, but he's in the tow as they come in down the back straight here as they come up to Rocket. Has he got a chance of a tow? No, it doesn't look like he's got it done there. So we go back to who is that there? That's Diddy, and he's doing a good job in 5th place for the Mighty Minis.
So he's got himself up ahead of Will Tyrrell, as we saw Tyrrell run wide, didn't we, through Church Corner. And again, he braked as late as he dared. The second place in the race, Steve Rideout, who did get himself up ahead of David Kirkpatrick with that moment a lap ago. Kirkpatrick re-caught him. He's on the outside line as they go down towards the hairpin, but it's a long way around the outside there, Craig.
Yeah, it is indeed. It seems to be Susie Inch's special, but it doesn't look like it's Dave Kirkpatrick's, but he's trying for the switch back down the inside as they come towards the bus stop. But it looks like Rideout's got it. But again, he was worried about like straight line speed, and you can quite clearly see that's happening. But look at Dave Kirkpatrick. He's having none of it. He's just disappearing into distance. But a cutback there from Steve Rideout. Is he going to get the inside line as they come into turn 1? He's going to be very brave. Has he done it? This is going to be close. Side by side, we just see him out of shot, coming back into shot. Has he got it? Yes, he has. But Mr. Dave Kirkpatrick is going to shut the door on him like a man from Avon. Fantastic.
So the inside line for David Kirkpatrick then, so he's eventually got through. That move started about 4 corners ago, but it's not actually over yet because Steve Rideout on the inside line as they go up towards Church Corner. We said how quick this corner is in these cars, and Rideout on the inside line retakes second place, but then runs out wide, which loses him momentum. So all the way up the hill, David Kirkpatrick should have the advantage. He's got the tow, and is he going to be able to get alongside by the time they get up there towards Rocket, the left-hander? They're still climbing the hill, and now their break. Steve Rideout's managed somehow to hang on there.
Yeah, he was very brave, wasn't he? He stayed to the inside line. He did not want Dave to get that inside line. He managed to hold it. He got in front of him, stayed there. But again, Dave just looks very, very, you know, he's very gritty. He's like his brother. Once he gets into the zone, he's hard to overtake, and he will be challenging again, as you see, down the inside, having another look. But again, Rideout just keeping that car out wide, giving him a bit of space. And still these two side by side. This is a brilliant little battle going on here for that second place, but still Steve Rideout holds it.
They're about 5 seconds behind Nev Kirkpatrick, who's just pulled away. We're on the 4th lap of the race. He's done the fastest lap as well, a 1:52.7. But guess what? It's side by side for second place, as it has been most of the lap. This time to the outside goes David Kirkpatrick. He brakes desperately late, tries to carry the momentum on the wide line. That doesn't work, but he might have the exit, therefore, as he carries more speed on the run back up the straight towards the bus stop. He'll have the left-hand side of the circuit, which is the inside line for the final corner, and can he retake that position then as they appear in shot? It is Kirkpatrick ahead, but running out wide up over the curbs.
Yeah, he went wide again, didn't he? And he don't seem to like the bus stop at the moment. But going back to the Mighty Minis, Ollie Samway is absolutely gone, isn't he? And he'll be really enjoying that. I'm sure it's got something to do with that Solero you had earlier. But Dan Smith in second. Ben Butler now under pressure. And Susie Inch has gone for the inside again. She's got that done, has she? Yes, she has. That's fantastic. Susie Inch, take a bow. Your dad will be very pleased. And there we go. It's Brian in the... he was just spun there, sorry to say. And he's using the rental car from Steve Rideout, and he said he was a bit off pace. He's had a few adjustments, and unfortunately he just spun there, but well done for him to keep on pushing.
So the Mighty Minis continuing to be led by Ollie Samways. The gap there is over 5 seconds to Dan Smith. Then the battle for third position within that class is being headed by Ben Butler, with Susie Inch and Chris Didcott and William Tyrrell behind. And we had that spin, didn't we, for Bryn Pearce, who's managed to get him. Oh, he hasn't managed to get himself back going. So this could be a problem, because that car is stuck down the circuit up at the hairpin. The Supers aren't quite there yet, but they're not very far away, with David Kirkpatrick continuing to battle away with Steve Rideout. So they may be battling for second, but they're probably having more fun than the race leader, Nev Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about, as we just see in the background there, Susie Inch having another challenge on Ben Butler, but flags are out, and you see that yellow flag with the car. That's a standstill with Bryn Pearce, but back with the battle for that third place. And again, Susie Inch, as we were saying earlier, she wants a podium. She's getting closer and closer. Ben must be thinking, how is this happening? How is this happening? There is yellow flags out and safety car as well there, Josh.
Yeah, so the safety car boards have come out. The safety car's gone out, so yellow flags will start to go around the circuit. Not sure if the Mighty Mini leaders have seen these flags yet, so that battle continues until they do. And Susie Inch may well get that position before they get to the yellow flags, because you can't race until you see a flag, which I think they may have done now, but potentially before that, hopefully for Susie's case, that there weren't any yellow flags when she took third position away from Ben Butler. But obviously with that car in the middle of the circuit, nothing else really could be done apart from bring out the safety car. So that means this bunch the field back together, and the rescue teams up at the hairpin will go back into action. Seems to be a few moments happening up there over the course of the day. We had that golfer up there in the last race, and this time for Bryn Pearce. You said he had a few issues this morning as well there, Craig.
Yeah, obviously new to the obviously the championship. Obviously renting the car from Steve Rideout, Octane Racing. Go and give him a shout out on Facebook, please. That'd be great. He basically does most of the setups on all the Mighty Minis and a couple of the Supers. So yeah, it's just a shame for him that he's just come out, done the qualifying, a few adjustments. It's just not quite panned out for him today. But again, always tomorrow.
So I wonder if the car stalled when he had that spin, and then because it's hot, it struggles to restart.
Starter motors common on these, and solenoid obviously went for Greg Jenkins, which hence why he was late this morning, and very similar issue with Stuart Coombs, but that ended up being the engine. So, I'm going to mention, now that the cars are under safety car, we've got Neville Kirkpatrick, who's been absolutely flying away with it. Now, tyre degradation is going to be massive, because when he starts his fast lap again, when the green flag goes, they're going to be back up with him, and if he's been racing the way he has been racing, there's going to be not a lot of tyre left.
Running in your race suit is never good fun.
No,
but
no,
that's,
definitely not. I couldn't do that if I was Ginger. So, well, I am Ginger. What am I talking about?
So for Bryn, he's managed to get himself to a place of safety. But yeah, the Nev Kirkpatrick was leading by 8 seconds before the safety car come out. So that's lead crazy. Will come to nothing over his brother, David Kirkpatrick. But over the course of the race, Nev, in qualifying, he was 1.2 seconds faster than anybody else. In the race, he's been 1.7 seconds faster than anybody else. He's just extended his speed differential to the rest of the pack. Yeah, he must have enjoyed seeing in the paddock. He was literally sitting on the trailer, just enjoying life while everyone was stripping bits and ripping bits off and adjusting stuff. So yeah, that car is well set up, and great shout to Neil Slark there and crew, but yeah, he's just unstoppable at the moment, isn't he? He's just absolutely flying around this track. I think you said second race of the weekend to have reverse grids, so tomorrow that will mix the pack up a little bit. Yeah, it's sort of like a BTCC idea. Pick the ping pong ball out, and you're praying that you're going to be at the front, but if you're not, then you're at the back. But yeah, it can mix up a lot of things. Obviously, Ollie Soundway started from the back of the grid in the final race at Silverstone, and he won it. So, and the same with Nev Kirkpatrick. If he knows he's starting at the back, it's not going to stop him from going through the field like a knife through butter. So we'll see what he does tomorrow. So it looks like the Mini's been recovered, and that means the safety car lights are out. So a great job there by everybody down at the hairpin. So a big thank you to you all. So the safety car is in, and with 7 minutes to go, the green flags will wave, and it's a pretty decent restart for Nev Kirkpatrick. He's got a few mini lengths over David Kirkpatrick as they turn into turn 1, with Steve Rideout there in third. Fourth is Stuart Coombs, and fifth is Greg Jenkins. Then the Mighty Minis come through with Ollie Samways leading the way from Dan Smith, Susie Inch, Ben Butler, Chris Didcott and William Tyrrell. But down at the banking are the leaders, Craig, and has David Kirkpatrick kept with his brother? He has indeed, hasn't he? And I was just wondering if Rideout and Dave Kirkpatrick there in the 10 car were going to help each other to climb onto his brother Nev Kirkpatrick in the 1 car, but I don't think he needs to, because he's in the tow and he's right behind his rear bumper, and he's going round the outside as they climb the hill to Rocket. Has he got this done? This is going to be a great move if he has, and Nev's not going to give it up. He's going to be fighting his brother, and Dave will want to beat his brother because it's a very tough task, and he's gone off the track. They've both gone off the track, and where is Steve Rideout? Come on, Steve, where are you? There he is. Oh, that was, I didn't mean that, did I? But there's Steve Rideout. He's there in third place.
place, and even though they both went off the track, they're still in first and second. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they had that tarmac runoff up there that just helped them out a little bit. But now Kirkpatrick Kirkpatrick runs a little bit wide. It's side by side behind as well. So that safety car period has really brought the race alive in the supers. So there we see Stuart Coombs and Greg Jenkins going wheel to wheel there down into Siemens. But which of the Kirkpatricks is it out front? What's happening in the Mighty Minis as well? Is that Ollie Samway's going away? But here are the leaders overall.
Yeah, here they come as they come into the hairpin now, and it is still never Kirkpatrick. It's brilliant to see them side by side there, and just a shame that Rideout couldn't have that opportunity to gain that first place. But as you can see, as they climb back down to the bus stop, it's still never Kirkpatrick from Dave Kirkpatrick with Rideout in third, and Stuart Coombs has got that position from Greg Jenkins.
Desperately late on the brakes for the leader, Nev Kirkpatrick, and he just slid a little bit wide because of it, and he's therefore just unable to break the toe at this stage, so he's trying ever so hard to do so. It's the battle for fourth again goes wheel to wheel with Stuart Coombs just ahead of Greg Jenkins, but we're concentrating on the top three in the race in the supers as they head up towards the bank-in, but so they've sorted themselves out, and Stuart Coombs still there just ahead of Greg Jenkins within the battle there for fourth position. But Nev Kirkpatrick then, he leads. We saw how the toe can come into effect. Again, he's run wide as they come out of that corner. If we look back at the Mighty Mini battle, because Ben Butler's got himself up ahead of Susie Inch at the start of this lap to take third position. But for the lead of the race overall, it's side by side as they go up towards Rocket. This time it's David Kirkpatrick on the outside again. They both brake really late. Are they going to stay on the track this time? Just about. And Nev Kirkpatrick's held the lead, Craig.
All it's doing is it's just damaging the tyres. Every time they're just going overshooting, wearing those tyres down. I'll tell you what though, Yokohama are going to be so proud of Nevin, because this is a great statement, duration of the tyre. But Steve Rideout could have an opportunity here. There's maybe 3 laps to go, and if they keep doing that, Rideout's going to have an opportunity to take the win here.
Yeah, I think they'll have 2 to go at the end of this lap, so 3 including the one they're on. The corner marker's just gone for a Burton. I think that was David Kirkpatrick who took a tighter line than perhaps expected through the corner, so one of the corner markers is now no more. But the battle continues. So again, Nev Kirkpatrick's been really strong on the brakes. That way he tries to pull clear, but he just can't break the toe. He managed to do it on the initial start, but on this restart, David stayed right with him. He's defending to the left-hand side of the circuit. To the outside comes David Kirkpatrick, but again, Nev on the inside holds on. And lap ago, he run wide here coming out of the final corner. This time, he's got it much better, so he leads with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Nev, didn't he? Did very, very well there. It looked like it was going to go slightly wide, but he's managed to hold that line, and Dave Kirkpatrick still chasing him down. As you can see, slightly different lines from the two brothers. You would have thought they'd have been quite mimicky, so you thought they'd do the same lines, being brothers and all, but it doesn't seem to be that way. Tighter line there from Dave Kirkpatrick, a wider line from Nev Kirkpatrick, so it looks like he likes the car to slide a lot more, but this is where he's very, very quick, is Dave, through this corner, but it looks like Nevin's got it done this time. A little bit of a gap as they climb from Church up the hill to Rocket, and doesn't look like he's got that toe he wanted. Oh, has he? Because he's closing, still closing. He's round the outside. Is he going to get this done? Hard on the brakes they go into the hairpin. Has he got it? No, not again. He's still gone wide. But again, Rideout is just sitting there waiting. It could be his opportunity any moment.
So we've got a really good visible illustration there of the toe in the Mini, especially as they go uphill towards Rocket. That's where the momentum and therefore the slipstream are sitting in the slipstream of the cars in front. So the top 3 in the Super Mighty Minis head their way back down towards Siemens. Meanwhile, on the parallel side of the circuit, the battle of 3rd position in the Mighty Minis continues. It's still Ollie Samways ahead of Dan Smith. And then behind them, Ben Butler and Susie Inch and Chris Didcott and William Tyrrell all dicing. But we're concentrating on the Supers and the lead of the race, because again, David Kirkpatrick looks to the outside. There will be 1 lap to go at the end of this one. And Nev Kirkpatrick's yet to lose the lead, Craig, but he's ever so close to doing so on a few occasions. Yeah, it's going to be very bold now for Dave. Does he have an attack here? He is going for an attack into the bus stop, but I think if he's clever, we've said this so many times in the Minis,
if you're second on the last lap, your potential to win is better. So let's see what he does. Is he going to go for a little chance as they go through turn 1? No, he doesn't. Is he going to go through the banking? I don't think so. I think it's going to be Church and up to Rocket. That's his opportunity. Whereas we see Susie Inch again trying to move on Ben Butler. She really wants a podium, and she tries to get inside on a little clip of the rear light, and there's a wave from Ben Butler. I'm not too sure what that was. I don't know if that was a thank you or I don't know. I'm not too sure. But it's Ben Butler still holding that podium spot, but Susie Inch wants it. She's looking hungry.
Yeah, so they'll be about to start their final lap of the race in a moment, with Ben Butler leading that group of cars onto the final lap. Meanwhile, the leaders of the race are getting themselves up towards Rocket. So watching those cars so side by side. Here they are around the outside this time from David Kirkpatrick, who brakes really, really late. They're both up onto free wheels as they tried to get the car turned in. But Nev Kirkpatrick, he just about had that one covered on the inside line. A different attack that time from David Kirkpatrick, the outside line. But they were using all the brakes that these minis have to full potential. So there's a couple more opportunities left, but perhaps Nev Kirkpatrick's just slightly got a bigger lead than he has since the restart.
Yeah, definitely. We use this, my commentary term is he's used all the tracking a little bit more. You'll hear that quite a lot in the next few years. But what a brilliant race between the two brothers. They'll be smiling when they come into the paddock in a few minutes, but unbelievable stuff. It still isn't over though, because he's gone wide again, has Nev, and again exit speed from Dave is brilliant. So has he got this done? He might have another opportunity. He might go brave and go around the outside, try and get the cut back through the bus stop. He does. He goes wide. He goes to the outside. Look at that defence from Nev Kirkpatrick on the inside. He goes later on the brakes. Is he going to do it? This is fantastic for the final corner, and it's going to be Nev Kirkpatrick, or is it? Because Dave Kirkpatrick has nearly done it. Oh my goodness me! It was a car length. That was it. It was a literal bumper between Nev Kirkpatrick and Dave Kirkpatrick on the final corner. Brilliant stuff.
So 0.19 of a second, Nev Kirkpatrick takes the victory over his brother David. He ran a little bit wide, but not too wide. Steve Rideout took third. Greg Jenkins got the better of Stuart Coombs on the last lap to take fourth. The Mighty Minis are on their way home as well. Ollie Samways leads by about 5 seconds over Dan Smith. This is the battle for third within the Mighty Mini, which is far from over, with Dan Smith there. With Ben Butler, I should say, just ahead of Susie Inch, as Ollie Samways wins for the third time this season. He crosses the line now, but we watch the battle for third to the end. It looks like Ben Butler's going to hang on. There's a big dive up the inside behind them as Will Tyrrell gets himself back ahead of Chris Didcott as they come up across the line. And it's almost a photo finish between those two. But it was Ollie Samways then who won by 7 seconds in the Mighty Minis over Dan Smith, with Ben Butler third. Susie Inch, Will Tyrrell and Chris Didcott completed the runners in the 10-lap Mighty Mini Championship race. But a cracking battle after the safety car period. The first part of the race, it didn't look like much was happening in the Supers, and it all came alive, Craig.
Yeah, exactly. That was fantastic. Just what it needed, didn't it? Just to get them back up and running. Again, just showing the degradation on the tyre from the Super Minis there. But there we go. Fantastic stuff from Nev Kirkpatrick. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Well,
let's see if we can take a look at the results then of the third round of the Mighty Mini Championship. And the victory went to number one, Nev Kirkpatrick, by just 0.19 of a second over his brother David. In third position was Steve Rideout, fourth to Greg Jenkins and fifth to Stuart Coombs. Sixth, the Mighty Mini winner was Ollie Samways, ahead of Dan Smith and Ben Butler, with Susie Inch, Will Tyrrell and Chris Didcott completing the finishers. And we saw Bryn Pearce have that spin and retirement from the race. So we'll have more Mighty Mini action tomorrow, and we have the reverse grid to look forward to. There is Ollie Samways, who we haven't really seen much of because of his domination, but he'll be delighted with that one.
Yeah, definitely. He actually smashed the obviously the steering wheel, and luckily these don't have airbags, so I think it would have gone off. But he was very, very happy with that performance. But well done to Dan as well. Managed to get that second place. Was slightly quicker than Ben Butler, and a massive shout out to Susie, and she'll be over the moon with that. That's going to bring her some confidence going into race 2 tomorrow.
Yes, we look forward to that. Thanks for joining us, Craig. We look forward to having you back again tomorrow. The Mighty Minis are on towards the end of the morning, around 11:30, so another 20 minutes of racing to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm going to try and find some shade while you enjoy yourself in the comms box, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Anglesey, and incredible stuff from the Orange Army outside, because it is not easy out there. Well done.
No, it's warm up here, but we've got the luxury of being inside, being out in the sunshine. Big thanks again to all of our volunteer marshals who are helping us run this meeting at Anglesey. So we will be moving on shortly to the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, which won't have a green flag lap. So for Andy McEwen here, be trying to grab a word with our winners within the Mighty Minis Championship once they make their way down to Parc Ferme. After the low cost, we will have the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship and the Calm All Porsche Trophy. So lots of racing still to look forward to today here at Anglesey, courtesy of the 750 Motor Club, and this coverage brought to you by Alpha Live. So Andy McEwen has just now got cars making their way down into Parc Ferme, so I give them a moment just to get out and grab a breath after that entertaining race from the Mighty Mini Championship, who are guesting with us here this weekend. Just a reminder of the remainder of the season here at the Mighty Minis. They'll be racing at Thruxton next month, which will be part of the big historic meeting at Thruxton, so that's something to look forward to there, Craig.
Yeah, no, I haven't commentated there either, but I've had the pleasure of going around the championship winning car, Mark Price's Mini. It's frightening. So, yeah, and that was in a Mighty Mini, so God knows what it's going to be like in a Super that's got heavy toe, but it's going to be super. Can't wait for that one. It's going to be exciting, that one.
And then at Cadwell Park, back with the 750 Motor Club in July for Mighty Minis. The Mini Festival at Brands Hatch in August. Donington Park back with 750 Motor Club again in September. And Castle Combe, who are home of the Mighty Minis nowadays. So Andy McEwen is down there in the Parc Ferme. So let's grab a word with the race winner.
Well, what a fantastic Mighty Mini race that was. The safety car really transforming that race, allowing Nevin and David Kirkpatrick to put on a real show for us at the front. We're going to start with Nevin, our race winner, but Nev, that was anything but certain.
The safety car didn't do me any favours at all. I thought it was okay then. But about halfway through the race, my brakes glazed over completely and I had nothing. So trying to keep David behind me was extremely hard work, and yeah, good race though, and yeah, very grateful to my family for making the long journey here as well to watch it. So thank you very much.
Well worth the travel, that's for sure. David, your perspective on what was a terrific battle there in the first half of the race with Steve and the second half with your brother.
Yeah, well, I was following him all right for the start, and then I couldn't get it into fourth gear. The clutch just stuck down. I was like, oh no, and I dropped back, and then it came right again, got going, had a fight with Steve, got past him, and then the safety car came out, and I was like, oh, that's handy, isn't it? I'll have a go now. And yeah, I was being a bit aggressive towards the end, but I could have probably made a few more moves, but kept both cars in one piece, and yeah, it's a good result. But other than that, all good.
Fantastic battle to watch, that is for sure, between the Kirkpatricks. Look forward for more of that tomorrow. Steve, third place for you in that one then. Not bad, but it was almost second, wasn't it?
Almost, yeah. Had a bit of fun with Dave. It was good. Couldn't quite catch Nev. I was trying to set their troubles because I thought they might take themselves out, but they didn't.
Tried to play the long game. How much were you struggling with tyres, if at all, there?
Towards the end, they start to warm, get a bit spongy, bit loose, bit looser. End up going across the curves a bit more, but yeah. But all in all, good race. Enjoyed that.
Good to see you all.
Well, with his monkeypox diagnosis.
We're not going to repeat that. Right, our Mighty Mini winner was Ollie Samways, and I don't think he is here anymore. So we're going to head back up to the box then for our next race, the Yokohama Low Cost Championship.
And the green flag's just been waved at the back of the grid, so we're almost immediately going to be going into low-cost racing with the 5-second board being shown. It's the champion from last year, Craig Land, on pole alongside Todd Boucher, with Dave Hitchin, Tom Barker on the second row, and David Martin and Glenn Boyer on row 3. The red lights are on. The lights go out for 15 minutes of low-cost racing. It's the third round of the championship. It's a pretty even start from the top two drivers, and can Todd Boucher get round the outside of Craig Land? They're wheel to wheel as they turn through the first corner on the outside line. Boucher, who was a winner at Donington Park. Craig Land didn't have a good start to his title defence there, and he tried to go right round the outside of Boucher as they go through the banking for the first time. They're still absolutely side by side, so a great battle here for the lead of the race. And these two in qualifying were well clear of the rest, but separated by just 300ths of a second round the outside through the fast right-hander at Church, is giving Craig Land the lead then in the low-cost championship for these one-make series of cars that run the Ford Crossflow engine. engine, so haven't got huge amounts of power, but give off great racing. And again, it's going to be pretty much wheel to wheel, not quite. So Land's got a huge lock up behind, and a big moment from David Hitchin. That was, he goes off the road. Luckily though, Johnny Palmer, he didn't collect anybody on his way off the circuit.
Glenn Bowyer, though, very nearly followed him all the way off the track, so the two of them having to thread the eye of the needle with cold brakes and tyres. And the problem is with the cars flowing through clear air, you've just no tyre temp when you hit the brakes at Rocket, as proved there. Thankfully, both remain in the race and didn't clean anybody else out in the process. 3 abreast into the left-hander at Siemens. Everyone, I think, has just about got through there. The roof lines are still pointing in the right direction at least, and it's Craig Land, I reckon, out front, just making a bit of a break where we've got some carnage behind. Again, a big lock-up. That, again, was from Glenn Bowyer, now running in 4th position.
Yeah, pretty entertaining first lap of the race for the low-cost championship on their debut here on the Anglesey International Circuit. But for Craig Land, the 30-year-old from Derbyshire, the champion from last year, he leads the way as they turn their way out of the final corner with race winner from Donington Park, Todd Boucher, there in 2nd. Daniel Garrett, who won the opening race at Donington Park, not here. He sold his car after he won the race at Donington, so I guess that's a good way to sell your car if that's what you want to do. But for Todd Boucher, he is the championship leader who sits there in 2nd position. Here are the battles, which include number 79, Tom Parker, who is in there. He qualified 4th this morning, but is a little bit further down the order at this stage. He was in 6th position at the end of the first lap, and he is involved in this battle with David Hitchin, who had that moment at the start of the race at Rocket, so he's also dropped down. So that's brought Sean Brame up into 3rd. He only qualified 8th this morning. Glenn Bowyer was 4th. Paul Clark was 5th. It's probably all changed, though, since they went across the line. And they come up here now into the left-hander at Rocket. You've got Paul Clark, who's dropped back by the looks of things behind Tom Parker and Dave Hitchin. But the top 2 have pulled away, Johnny.
Seems like that, doesn't it, with everybody else fighting for the bottom step of the podium, effectively, and rearward of that. But I feel Dave Hitchin has got more speed in his 54 car than the current 7th place would represent, not helped out by that error heading up towards Rocket on the first lap. Alan Harmon stuck in a really tight battle as well, with Jack Linus up ahead and Tor Tolu just in behind that car. But there's an indication of quite how far in front Craig Land and Todd Boucher are. Big lock-up again from Hitchin. Not sure whether he tagged the car in front of him or just missed it, but Hitchin's having to be so careful in terms of where he's steering the car, not on acceleration, but always under braking. And now Hitchin under massive pressure from Ian Hardy, who I think's jumped ahead of him in the all-blue 50 car, yes.
And Glenn Bowyer has got himself up into 3rd position. I'm sure we haven't seen Glenn this high up in a low-cost race before, so he's having a really good run here as he turns his way into turn 1. He had a good time actually at Donington as well. He's 5th in the championship coming here to Anglesey. He's got himself though up ahead of Sean Brame, who's been around the championship for a long time, the retired IT manager from Suffolk. We've had a big spin out of the first corner there for 9, is that?
Yes.
So car 9 was Alistair Parker, who was running a little bit further down the order, but is he going to be able to rejoin?
Crossed the line in 15th. Does look like he's got at least one gear to work his way off the grass. Bowyer under massive pressure, though, here with the car behind him being driven by
Tom Parker, I reckon that is.
Yeah, agreed. And side by side, well, 4 abreast, very nearly into Rocket, and Hitchin's making a nuisance of himself, perhaps too much, because that's now a spin, not for the 9, but for the 8 car of Sean Brame, who had been in the top 4 at the start of this lap. Now they're hooked together. Is that the 50 of Ian Hardy also being collected in that incident?
It could well be, couldn't it? So when you were with us last year at Pembrey, Locust went a bit crazy. It might be happening again today.
Sorry if I'm responsible for it all. Good memory, though. You're right.
8/10 of a second was the lead gap, and Todd Boucher set the fastest lap. So I don't think the lead battle is over yet. But with those 2 cars interlocked wheels up at Rocket, that could cause a problem to this race. So they make their way, again from the marshals here at Anglesey, have managed to unlock those cars. So Sean Brame and we thought the other car was 50, didn't we, I think?
Ian Hardy, yes. So certainly the right colour for his car, and it looked like it was 2 digits with a 0 as the second one.
And Todd Boucher has caught the leader, Craig Land, hasn't he, as they go on to another lap. Big gap back now to Tom Parker, who's worked his way up into 3rd position. Then Glenn Boyer is 4th, 5th is Paul Clark, 6th is Dave Hitchens, who's having a bit of a jumbled race, perhaps with some brake issues we've seen. But here are the leaders then. So Craig Land, the leader, the 30-year-old from Derbyshire, who's been racing for 5 years in cars, but karting since he was 8. Last year's champion when he took 13 victories on the way to winning the Locals Championship. Didn't have a good time at Donington Park on Easter Monday, and he might well lose the lead of the race here because Todd Boucher, the youngster, is making his way up into the lead of the race. Now, can he get the car stopped? He locks up a touch, gets the car turned in the lead of the race. So Todd Boucher, the winner of the 2nd race at Donington, is now leading here at Anglesey.
2 big bites of the cherry there as he seesawed at the wheel to get the car just about pointing in the right direction through an awkward rocket left-hander, because it all of a sudden you have to negotiate it from high speed. It's a big stop, it's uphill, it's off camber, but both got through okay, and Todd Boucher did some overtaking in the process. So Boucher from Land now, but Land's not going to go anywhere. In fact, he's using Boucher to punch the hole in the air, and they will just about overlap in the acceleration area, but it's Boucher who's slightly more stable on the brakes. Again, zigzagging at the wheel just to maintain roughly a racing line. The smoother driver at this stage appears to be Craig Land in 2nd position. But there are more than one way to skin a cat, I suppose, and still Boucher's producing a very good lap time. Into bus stop they go. This is the end of the 4th lap, and we will have for the first time a new leader, Josh.
Absolutely right, and these two that are 10 seconds clear of the rest. And there's battles a little bit further down the order as well. We can see Mark Rowe there involved in that battle in 27. He's in something like 14th position at this stage of the race. For the 41-year-old from Leicestershire, the software developer, who started racing a few seasons ago in the ex-Ernie Gushlow car. But here's a battle for what is 4th position, and Paul Clark is now into 4th, up ahead of David Hitchin. You've got Jack Linus in there as well in 74, who's new to racing this year, the driver from Essex, a 27-year-old design engineer who's competed in the British University Karting Series in the past, but for the lead, Johnny.
Side by side again, slight advantage for Craig Land, but he's got the wrong line. He's going to try and make the outside route into rocket work, and does, in fairness. I really thought that the two would hook up wheels there, and at least one mudguard would go flying off, but it's clean racing, perhaps mindful that there's still 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and switch around again. Craig Land, who holds on to, well, no, it's Boucher with the fastest lap, despite what our graphic says, if our current timing is to be believed. And Boucher dropping back to 2nd place, the slower of the two, effectively, but Craig Land still able to lap Anglesey circuit, the international circuit, at a very high rate of knots. Not going to shake Boucher, though, at this point, and they maybe are going to have a drag race coming off hairpin this time, running towards a bus stop again. No, line astern it will be. Craig Land this time with the advantage.
But for how much longer? Because Todd Boucher using the toe is back on the inside. Where do you want to lead this race on the last lap? Possibly not into the penultimate corner, that would suggest. So Boucher is back ahead of Land as they complete 5 laps. There's 0.3 of a second between them. They're still, despite this battle, a long way ahead of Tom Parker, who is there in 3rd position. Tom, who had a 4th place finish at Donington Park, but he's one better here in 3rd, ahead of the new 4th place man, David Hitchin. Both he and David Martin, who have got themselves up ahead of Paul Clark. But here's the leaders then, through Church Corner, with Land out wide over the curves, but he carries the momentum through no problem. We'll use the toe and we'll pull out to the left-hand side of the circuit, which will be the inside line by the time they get up towards Rocket, but actually he backs out of it. He decides at this stage that's not a move he needs to do. So Boucher continues to lead the way in 69 from the TSR car, the Team Sellers Racing car there of Craig Land, the ex-Super 1 karting driver before he moved into car racing in this car that is prepared by his Team Sellers Racing, as I say, a car that was originally built back in 2009, but with preparation still strong from the team, it means it's still a quick car. They've just got ahead of them, Ian Hardy, who did make a pit stop after that incident, so they may lap here. Meanwhile, there's a Jack Linus, isn't it, the driver new to racing this year in the ex-Gary Brandon car, self-prepared now by Jack and his family. He runs there in 7th, but well involved in this battle, which involves multiple cars. So there's Martin, who I think they're in 4th position. So David Hitchens dropped back. You don't need just a lap chart lap on lap in this battle. I think you need it corner on corner because it changes every moment we look at it. So that's for Tuller losing out to 31, which is Glyn Griffiths. Tuller then goes grass tracking a little bit. The 19-year-old from Oxford, who was the novice winner from last year in another of the Team Sellers run cars. And they turn their way towards the end of what is lap 6 of this race.
So that's another place to potentially run out wide. There was a mistake there from the 31 car. Glyn Griffiths was all crossed up and lost time on the exit of bus stop, so he may well be a sitting duck now, this time into the banking. Todd Boucher across the line, leading by only 0.4 of a second then, and then this huge gap of 12 seconds from the leading duo back to everybody else. Tom Parker, it is in 3rd position, ahead of David Martin, Jack Linus and Dave Hitchin. So the Linus versus Hitchin battle, very intense indeed. And Hitchin trying his level best to almost attach himself onto the rear bumper of Linus, but they are avoiding contact by a cigarette paper for the time being. More to abreast action, this time coming through Church and heading for school.
Yeah, that's Barry Stewart on the inside line of Glyn Griffiths, who just made that mistake you mentioned a moment ago. You've got Ford Tuller behind them and Alan Harmon as well. So that's another 4-car battle. Sideways action from many at this stage. We've heard all day, haven't we? Drivers just struggling with the tyres overheating, and perhaps we're seeing a bit of that again with some sliding around. But Barry Stewart then has got himself up into what looks to be 9th position now, which is a good run from the low-cost expert. But for the race, are we going to get 1 or 2 more laps in? Probably 2, as Todd Boucher, with a larger lead, turns his way through the final corner after they've lapped that car of Ian Hardy. Meanwhile, we watch on our screens that battle changing again for 9th position because Glyn Griffiths has got back past Barry Stewart. But how long's that going to last for?
Well, it depends how wide Glyn Griffiths runs coming out of hairpin. He certainly didn't want to be that far up the curb, and it's going to be pretty costly in terms of time. I see what you're saying about cars skating around on possibly overused tyres. There you go, Glyn Griffiths again, fully drifting his way through the final corner. It's very spectacular, but it's certainly not the quickest route through bus stop. And the 90 car might be able to pick off, well, not Griffiths, but Barry Stewart. So that's Tor Tullo, who has managed to gain a spot in the number 90 car. Glyn Griffiths again weathering the storm to a certain extent, as to the inside this time at the banking goes Barry Stewart to try and get the place back again, but he can't quite make that work. But yes, in terms of cars skating around, I agree, but 2 laps ago we had something like 4 of the top 10 all setting their personal best laps, so there's clearly still pace in the track.
I wonder if they're going to make this lap the last one after we lost a bit of time earlier, or whether we'll squeeze 2 more in. I'm just seeing the checkered flag being held by Stuart Dungate, our start line marshal down there in the pit lane. So we'll see if there's 1 lap at the end of this or not. There's some side-by-side action there continuing. But here are the leaders. So Boucher's got it at the moment. He wouldn't mind if this is the last lap of the race, because Craig Land is yet not in attacking distance at this stage as they turn right at the hairpin and accelerate their way up towards the bus stop for another time. This is lap 8 of the race. Are we going to... Yeah, the last lap towards already been shown, so this is the final lap of the race for Todd Boucher, who turned left then, and he's going to make it 2 wins in 3 races this year in the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. So the checkered flag goes out and Todd Boucher punches the air. He's a race winner. He beats last year's champion, Craig Land. For 3rd position, Tom Parker should be in control of that. For 4th position, David Martin is there now ahead of Jack Linus, who's got himself up ahead of David Hitchin, but they're side by side as they come up across the line. For 7th position, that's going to go the way of Paul Clark. 8th for Glenn Boyer. And then 9th, this race-long battle we've been watching, is going to go the way of Glyn Griffiths just. He beats Tor Tuller, who was just ahead of Barry Stewart and Alan Harmon, I think, in their individual battles. But 8 laps, a cracking race in there, Johnny, from the low cost.
Lots happening, and it's always important to kind of keep on top of who's in what state. Tyre wear, car handling, and it was really fun to watch Glyn Griffiths on several occasions, almost backing it into the bus stop. But as I say, he was going to lose places. Did well in the end to hang on to 9th position. Boucher and Land seem to be in a different league today. Is that going to continue through the rest of the weekend? But together, they propose a real challenging fight at the head of the order, which is difficult to predict. And we had to finish that race slightly early just in order that we keep to timetable because of delays earlier on in the day. But I wonder if we had been gifted that extra lap, could Craig have spotted an opportunity to get by once again?
Well, there's 2 low-cost races to look forward to tomorrow, so he'll have another chance. We'll have 2 more chances to try and win the race. Let's have a look at the results of round 3 of the Yokohama Low-Cost Championship, which went the way of Todd Boucher by 7/10 of a second over Craig Land. Tom Parker completed the podium, although 14 seconds back. David Martin, he was 4th, ahead of Jack Linus and Dave Hitchin. Paul Clark, Glenn Boyer, Glyn Griffiths and Ford Tuller completed the top 10. Just missing out on the top 10 with Barry Stewart, Alan Harmon, Rob Sisson and Mark Rue. Completing the points-paying finishes went to Andy Perkins and Keith Malpas. In 17th position was Trevor Faunch, ahead of Alistair Parker, Steve Brown, Tony Mole, Sean Brame and Ian Hardy. And all 22 of the starters managed to make it to the checkered flag. So despite a couple of incidents, those couple of cars of Sean Brame and Ian Hardy, although a lap down for Hardy, managed to make it to the end. And now the race winners and the rest of the field will follow into Parc Ferme. And I'm sure there'll be plenty to speak with Andy McEwen about for Todd Boucher and Craig Land, a 2-way battle that changed multiple times. And for Tom Parker, once he got into 3rd, he managed to pull away, but a lot happened in those first few laps. We have racing from the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup next, which I don't think I have a green flag lap, so another potentially quick set of interviews for Andy McEwen, and then we have further racing today for bike sports and for Porsches. So still lots to look forward to. 3 further races today, so stay with us here on Alpha Live and on 750 Motor Club TV. Let's head down to Andy McEwen.
Well, fantastic entertainment, as always, from the low cost. Our top 3 drivers just making themselves at home here. In winner's circle, if you like, within the Parc Ferme area. Todd Boucher taking his 2nd victory of the year. Todd, congratulations. Fantastic start to your weekend. Great start to the season all round, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good fun. It's a good start. Learning new tracks every time. It's only my 7th meeting. But yeah, it's going well. Car feels great. It's a lot warmer day than what it was at Donington, but yeah, no, it's feeling really good.
You've obviously clicked with the car pretty quickly then for someone with relatively little experience.
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, we built it ourselves and it just works. It's combined and yeah, it just feels great. Yeah, I can't really explain any more than what the results has given me, so. Yeah.
As far as that race goes then, you made a bit of a break early on, but then it did look like Craig sort of reeled you in through the mid stages there. Were you just managing that gap, or was there a bit of a moment somewhere?
He kept me on my toes. He was always going to. Tyres got really slippy. It's obviously slowed us down a little bit, but yeah, no, it was good. It was very good.
Well, congratulations on the race win then, Todd, claiming his 2nd victory of the season. Now, Craig Land was the man, one of the men, chasing him hard throughout that one. Craig, congratulations, 2nd place. Anything more you could have given that to try and get the win?
No, I tried everything. I think, as you've seen, I was just trying to brake as late as easy going into the hairpin. I made a mistake. I washed out wide. It was either go wide or go into the back of him. So obviously I decided to go for the safety route. And then obviously the last lap, just trying to close that gap back. I think almost did it, but just not enough laps at the end of it. But yeah, I mean, he gave me a great race, and I'm assuming the next one will be just the same, hopefully. So
excellent stuff. Well, congratulations to Craig. We're going to have to hand back to the box now, though, because our next race for the 5 Club MX5s is about to get underway.
And the race is underway for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, with on the front row of the grid Jordan Johnson and Ian Tomlinson as they turn into turn 1, with Johnson taking the lead from very good qualifying for Ian Tomlinson this morning. Then Ben Hansey is trying to get round the outside and has done so. The former champions into 2nd. Oak Richardson's made a good start from what was 7th position to get up to 4th. He was a race winner at Croft, as was Johnson and Hansey. So Richardson, who didn't have a good time, is an instant behind. A couple of cars have gone to the left-hand side of the circuit. One of them is 99, which is Martin Vernon, I believe. And the second car is 32, which was a good qualifying this morning for Jake Micklewright. They've both got back going, but they're at the back of the pack now. Meanwhile, for the lead, it's Jordan Johnson versus Ben Hansey, which we saw a lot of last time out at Croft.
Both of these cars started on the inside of their respective rows. Johnson from pole, just being kicked up there by the 46 car. Nicola Favo has suddenly found herself right up there in the fight for virtually a podium. Well, a few cars back from that, but because of the carnage on the opening lap approaching Church, again on cold tyres, you needed to negotiate that as best as possible, pick your way through the spinning machines and hope when you close your eyes, when you open them again, you're still on the track. But all these cars were. But Jordan Johnson and Ben Hansey making that inside line into turn one work perfectly. They run first and second, having started first and third.
Yeah, at Croft, we saw a great battle between these two in the opening race, and then there was a collision on the final corner, basically, which allowed Oak Richardson to take the victory. Then Jordan Johnson drove through to win the second race, and Ben Hansey won the reverse grid race, the third race of the weekend. But it's those two up front with Ian Tomlinson there in third position, who had a better result of fifth last time out at Croft. Then Oak Richardson's in fourth, but now he's on the grass, which is a suboptimal line, I think, to be fair. But he's back on the circuit. He didn't lose a position, but lost quite a lot of time. There's another car that's trying that out, the grassy route out of turn one. For fifth position, Adrian Johnson is alongside Lloyd Huggins. So Adrian, who's the father of the race leader, Jordan, is on the inside line as they go through Church Corner. And can he make it through at this stage? Well, they're still pretty much overlapping, with Lloyd Huggins, whose birthday is tomorrow, is trying to get himself up alongside to get back ahead of Adrian Johnson, but can't quite do it at this stage. And this is bringing the 1-2-3 machine in that comes up the inside. That's Felix Lowe, who qualified fifth this morning, fighting his way back through. So good to see Felix Lowe out there and doing a really good job. He's just gained a place, I think, a novice cross on the back of his car.
Yeah, early on in his racing career, but so far so good, and gaining places, which is always beneficial early on in your racing career. And for those running a tad wide, I suppose you can only know the limits of adhesion once you've crossed over them and realise, that's a bit too far. Let's keep it slightly neat and tidy the next time I go through turn one. But bear in mind, these cars are still, having started stone cold, working their way up to optimal positions and conditions as the top three head out of the right-hander at hairpin, down the straight with no name, which really just drop away from you. You don't necessarily know that from all angles, but I really like the angle that Alpha Live have this weekend, staring right down Tom Price Straight and then looking at the back of the cars as they return to the main start-finish line. Lots of gradient change here, which isn't immediately something that springs to mind when you think of Anglesey, but there's plenty of up and down nature to it. Particularly when it was reprofiled a good few years ago now. Jordan Johnson leading by half a second over Ben Hansey. Ian Tomlinson in third position, just in danger maybe of losing touch with the top two, Josh.
Yeah, it looks that way. Ian Tomlinson, who's normally always there or thereabouts, but not able to finish on the podium last time out at Croft. There is Felix Lowe, who's still involved in this battle with Lloyd Huggins behind and Adrian Johnson just ahead. Johnson there in fifth place, the truck driver from Gloucestershire. The 59-year-old who's been racing in Mazdas since 2017. He's still there in fifth position. Adrian Johnson, who is eighth in the championship, where he got a seventh place finish as his best result at Croft. He's now going to better in P5, ahead of Felix Lowe, who's still under pressure from Lloyd Huggins, who looks to the inside. Lloyd, the driver who's been racing since 2019. So again, a lot of these drivers not with huge amounts of experience, but all having a great battle. And Matthew Short now joining in as well, the 69-year-old retired GP from Wiltshire, who has got a lot of experience. He's been racing MX-5 for 20 years now, and is still enjoying himself, and he's trying to gain a position on the inside line. A lock up ahead though for that would Felix Lowe, has got himself up ahead, or up alongside at the very least of Adrian Johnson, And can Felix Lowe, the novice driver, pull this into a position gained as they come up to the final corner, Johnny?
Might be a little bit too much to ask, purely because Felix has the inside line, but they will head towards bus stop virtually together. 17 will cross the line in 4th position, Luke Richardson, and it is still side by side between Lloyd Huggins and the white car on his outside, who was Matthew Short, who actually gained a place. That's what was foxing me for a moment. So Short in the 72, now briefly ahead, although back behind now, Lloyd Huggins. So scoring tower was correct as they headed across the line, but it switched back again.
Yeah, great racing from the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, backed by Switch again for this year. And trying to join in on this battle is Matthew Neal, Matt Pennefather Neal, who's there in 9th position ahead of Nico Favreau, who completes the top 10. More drivers just running a touch wide out of Church Corner. That was Jake Mickelwright, I think, who's trying to recover from that spin on the first lap. He's up to 12th, the driver who did start 4th originally. New fastest lap for Ben Hansey, the driver in 2nd place. A 1:49.07 is 4 tenths behind race leader Jordan Johnson. Jordan's father there, 22, Adrian Johnson, turns his way through Pill Curve. Well, we've got 5 cars involved in this battle now as well, because Matthew Neal joining in.
Yeah, so the scrap for 5th, as highlighted by our graphics on the left of your picture. Johnson ahead, but only by a couple of tenths at the start of the lap, and those gaps have been chopping and changing for the rest of this 2.1 mile circuit. We've still got 8 minutes of this race to enjoy, by the way, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And those early on in their career are getting a quick lesson, a steep learning curve in racecraft, all about car position on the road in order to try and defend, but ideally attack at the same time, because no doubt you'll be in a long line of Mazda MX-5s, as this little lot are. Heading into bus stop now. Oh, a touch wide there for the 22, being driven by Adrian Johnson, but nobody quite close enough to pounce.
So that battle continues on to lap 5 in this race, into turn 1, and again up over the curbs on the exit of the corner. Firstly for Adrian Johnson, and then for the chasing pack as well. So they're not that far behind Oak Richardson, who's not going as well this weekend at Anglesey as he did at Croft 4 weeks ago, where he was a race winner. He comes into this weekend only a point behind championship leader Ben Hansey, but down in 4th position for Oak Richardson. He's just ahead of this pack is the driver from Buckinghamshire, but for 5th position, Adrian Johnson versus Felix Lowe. We'll see Felix Lowe challenge up the inside. He's been late on the brakes so far in this race, and again he just locks up a little bit, but when you have the inside into Rocket, that tends to work out for you, Johnny.
Yeah, bit of cadence braking there, just easing out of the brake just to allow the car to roll into the corner and make sure that Adrian Johnson didn't have the option to pull across his bows, but that meant that as the car became unweighted on the left side, there was a slight bit of a lock-up, which obviously doesn't want to keep repeating because he'll be flat spotting that front left. And then the danger is you do it a bit more and it keeps finding that part of the tyre, the flat bit, and will start to chew through the rubber. He's got away with it for the time being, Felix Lowe, but again, this is something everyone's got to be mindful of. Bearing in mind we're talking about drivers that are sometimes in their first season, some racing for 2 or 3 years, but no more. And Lloyd Huggins on the attack. He has managed to get free of Matthew Short. And that's Matt Neal, did we say? Matthew Neal behind in the second of the white cars.
Yeah, that's right. Let's have a look at the leaders. We haven't seen them for a while. They're close together. I don't think we've seen a real challenge yet from Ben Hansey, who was the champion in 2019 and 2020. But it's Jordan Johnson who leads, the HGV mechanic from Gloucester. He's 31 years of age, the race leader, who's been racing since 2018. He took only his 2nd ever victory last time out at Croft. And he heads away. If anything, on the last lap or so, he's just edging away from Ben Hansey. But we know over the course of today how effective the tow can be around this Anglesey circuit. So as they head uphill, that gap comes back down again. And Ben Hansey is, only a couple of car lengths behind race leader Jordan Johnson. So we've got a lead battle on once more.
Hansey's set a 1:49.0. The best lap from the race leader Jordan Johnson, a 1:49.1. So best lap column is going in the favour of the 40 car, second on the road. But as you said, it was Johnson who extended the gap by 1/10 of a second last time around. It's going to have come down, though, certainly between from the 0.57 that it was a lap ago. And this is a similar situation, although not to quite the same extent as the earlier race, where the top two broke away. And we were left really feasting our eyes upon the scrap for third position. Ian Tomlinson, Oak Richardson, Felix Lowe. Squeal of tyres, tortured tyres again, as that gaggle works its way through hairpin. But the leaders totally together, 4 more minutes to do.
Yeah, so we should squeeze 3 further laps into the duration. Meanwhile, for Lloyd Huggins, he's run a little bit wide, has lost out to Matthew Short. Then you get Matthew Neal just behind them. They're in 9th position. But let's have a look at the leaders again, because Hansey slides out over the curbs. 0.55 of a second was the lead gap going on to this, the 7th lap of the race. It does seem at different parts of the lap, Johnson and Hansey have their advantages at different points, because again at this beginning of the lap Johnson just pulling clear, but then we saw on the last lap up towards Rocket Ben Hansey was able to close in again. There's Ian Tomlinson, who's in 3rd position, who was the runner-up in the 2019 championship. Then a big gap back to Oak Richardson, who's there in 4th position. But we have a look then at Ian Tomlinson, a long-time MX5 racer. He's there in 3rd position as he breaks up into Rocket, looking for his first podium of the season in the M&K Motors Mazda MX-5. All the cars here Mark 1s. Nowadays, these cars 30 plus years old, but they've been such a popular race car in the UK, and they continue to be so, Johnny.
You can't beat a classic, can you? And yeah, the old school Mazda MX-5 is still hugely loved, particularly in the UK, but further afield as well. Big fan following in the US, for example, with their own championship there. So nose to tail again. This is the 72 of Matthew Short, with Lloyd Huggins now behind. So it's the red car in the middle of the 2 white machines. Matthew Neal, the second of those white cars, number 21, 7th, 8th and 9th positions. I was thinking about where Ben Hansey is finding that time. I just wonder whether his car it's either better on the brakes or Hansey's more confident as he applies the brake pedal up towards Rocket. So setup clearly very good, but he can't get the required drive off the banking and through Church to be close enough to Jordan Johnson once they head to the twiddly bits at the top of the hill.
I think they've been given the last lap board, Johnny, so it's going to be like the last race. It's 15 minutes minus a few seconds. Rather
minus a lap.
Minus, yeah, absolutely right. So let's see how that one works out. There's Richardson in 4. Felix Lowe is up into 5th position now and pulling clear of Adrian Johnson, who's there in 6th. A big challenge for 7th from Lloyd Huggins up the inside of Matthew Short, and they're going to be wheel to wheel as they come out of the banking for what we think is the last time in this race. And Short on the outside lines just got enough momentum to hang on ahead of Huggins. Matthew Short, who started racing 20 years ago in the MG Owners Club before moving to a Mazda MX-5. He's the father of Ben Short, who runs a lot of the cars in the championship, the multiple champion, who's watching on today from the pit wall rather than racing at the front of the pack. But there's his dad, Matthew Short, trying to get up alongside Adrian Johnson, but can't quite make it at this stage of the race with just a few corners to go.
So if the 6th place battles at Rocket, race leaders probably about to head on to Tom Price Straight or a bit further than that, because the gap to these guys, 20-odd seconds. Jordan Johnson still ahead of Ben Hansey as far as we know. Ian Tomlinson's a good 7 seconds, 6.5 seconds back. But we'll catch a glimpse of the race leaders in just a tick heading out of hairpin. And yeah, the checkered flag is in hand. Here are the leaders, Josh.
Yeah, and Jordan Johnson's very much pulled away on the last lap of the race. So for the 2nd time this season, he's a race winner. For the 3rd time ever, he's a winner. So congratulations to Jordan Johnson, who beats Ben Hansey and Ian Tomlinson back on the podium. And arm out the cockpit. He'll be pleased to be back up onto the roster in 3rd place. Oak Richardson here probably not be enjoying that so much. Down in 4th spot. He comes out of the final corner now ahead of Felix Lowe. A great effort from him to take 5th. 6th position after this race-long battle goes to Adrian Johnson, who just holds off ahead of Matthew Short, Lloyd Huggins and Matthew Neal. For 10th, for change, because Jake Mickelroy, who had that spin on the first lap, has got himself ahead of Nico Favreau, who goes bouncing across the curbs on the last lap and hangs on ahead of David Brown, who took 12th, and then the rest of the field will flow through with Steve Quemby and Mary Barnard. Martin Vernon, the other spinner on lap 1, he recovered to 15th. Then I think we've got Chris Moore, Martina Ward, Neil Burrows and David Foster, all the starters again, still running at the end of the race. But for Jordan Johnson, he was able to hang on that time, Johnny, and then actually in the end pull clear on the last lap.
Yeah, again, you know, the result is going to belie Ben Hansey's pace, and I do think at times he might have been able to get a better chance to get through. Obviously, we did have Ben right on the boot lid of Jordan Johnson throughout, apart from on the final tour. 2.4 seconds in the end, the winning margin, Joshua.
So let's take a look at the race results of the 4th round of the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing, where Jordan Johnson was a race winner by 2.4 seconds over Ben Hansey, and Ian Tomlinson completed the podium. Oak Richardson, 4th ahead of Felix Lowe and Adrian Johnson. Matthew Short, Lloyd Huggins, Matthew Pennefather-Neal and Jake Mickelwright completed the top 10. Nico Favreau, David Brown, Steve Quemby and Mary Barnard finished on the first page of timing, with Martin Vernon, Chris Moore, Martina Ward, Neil Burrows and David Foster all making it to the checkered flag. So once again, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup sees everybody who started make it to the end with some good, clean racing. We'll see the MX5s twice again tomorrow. Once in the morning and then the reverse grid race in the afternoon. So lots to look forward to there. But congratulations to Jordan Johnson on his 2nd win of the season, which will add to his 1st, 2nd and 6th from last time out at Croft. It's another podium for Ben Hansey, but a big improvement from Ian Tomlinson, who had a couple of 5ths and a 6th at Croft. This time he's on the podium. And they are heading down into Parc Ferme, where Andy McEwen will pick up the top 3 and have a chat with them. And we should have a little bit more time this time. So we're going to head downstairs now to Andy.
So a 2nd win of the year for Jordan Johnson then in the 5 Club MX5s, who's just pulling in behind me. And he's already got his helmet off. Look at that, ready and raring to go. Very eager to get at least part way out of his race suit. Can't say I blame him, really. It's hot work out there, even in an open-topped MX5. But Jordan, another fantastic result. Bit of pressure early on there from Ben, but you really seem to come into your own in the 2nd half.
Yeah, I just about managed to keep him at bay. I mean, he was eating into me up rocket every lap, and any gap I built on him, he brought it all back, and it was a last lap mistake, and yeah, I knew the job was done then, so happy with that.
That's slightly concerning as well, because that's the best place to overtake, isn't it? It's not easy to pass here, so were you really having to focus on a good exit from Church to defend from?
Yeah, well, I was strong enough in the first couple of corners just to gap him, and then when the last lap board came out, I was like, no mistakes, get around Church and get gone. I saw he dropped a wheel on the dirt or something, and that was it then, so just bring it home. So.
Early stages in the championship, of course, but it's never too early to start thinking about points, and it's looking good for you so far, isn't it? It's going to be tight, but you're doing well.
Yeah, it's going to be a good run with me and Mr. Hansey if we can keep from knocking each other off. But yeah, it's going to be a good fight the rest of the season. Looking forward to it.
You wouldn't dream of it, I'm sure. So Jordan Johnson, our race winner, will scoot round this way and find Ben Hansey 2nd place. Now Ben had a win last time out in the 3rd race at Croft. Not quite a victory this time, Ben. 2nd place though, and as I just said to Jordan, good points in what's going to be a tight championship battle.
Yeah, I think by 5 Club standards, I expect that was a fairly dull race. It certainly was for me. I knew with the weather we've got today that tyres were going to be an issue at the end of the race. So I was just kind of trying to keep my powder dry, and then he got a little bit of gap on me on the last lap, and I kind of pushed too hard and then fell off at Church, and that was it done. So we go again tomorrow, and I'll see if I can take top step off into him tomorrow.
All this talk about tyres, our viewers at home are probably thinking, oh, they're only 15-minute races. What's everyone talking about? What is it exactly that you're struggling with, drivers, especially in a rear-wheel drive car, that probably should look after the tyres better?
Yeah, so the Mazdas, they're a low-power car, so we effectively run on a road tyre, and so you're putting a lot of pressure on on a fairly small contact patch. It's rear-wheel drive, so once they've got the heat in them, a day like today, we're just losing grip, and somewhere around here where you've got tight twisty stuff like up at Rocket is just trying to manage that as best as we can. And I think both Jordan and I were sliding around a bit at the end, and he just had the better of me today.
Well, not bad though. 2nd place for Ben Hansey. If we can just squeeze through, we'll try and find Ian Tomlinson, our 3rd place finisher. Very quick chat with Ian, because I know that the cars for the next race are about to head out. Ian, 3rd place finish, best you could do, or was there more in the tank?
No, I think that was about me a lot, really. Yeah, to be honest, I've not really been near these two for a while, so I was just happy to be near them, you know. So, yeah.
It's a challenge out there, isn't it, though? A challenge to pass, a challenge to look after the tyres, as Ben was just saying. How much were you struggling with that?
Well, I was all right this one because I was just on my own for most of it. So Ben got past at the start, and then I think that Oak made a mistake quite early on, so I just had a load of room in front and behind me, so yeah, I was just cruising really.
It doesn't get much better than that in MX5 racing, that's for sure. So 5 Club MX5 action done for the day. They'll be back out again tomorrow, but for now it's the second appearance of the weekend for the bike sports.
And with this fast-flowing 750 Motor Club meeting, we're already well onto the green flag lap for the 4th round of the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship. So let's take a look at the grid, which is set by the second best times in qualifying this morning. On pole position, again, it's Charles Hall alongside his teammate Scott Mattel. On the second row should have been Joe Locke. They were working on that car. We'll see if he's made it out there. Alongside him, Leon Morel. On the third row is Alistair Smart and Doug Carter. With on row 4, Philip Brown and Ian Childs. The 5th row is Stephen Bell and Steve Larkham. With Mark Boot, hopefully there. He was a retirement in lap 1. He goes from row 6. So earlier on, it was Charles Hall who, in the end, was a dominant winner after problems struck Scott Mattel's car. And Leon Morel, therefore, managed to take second, and another class win in Class B for the standard engine cars. But yeah, Joe Locke not there. And that was some sort of engine problem, I think, in the assembly area. But the lights go out. We get 20 minutes of racing underway. And it is then Charles Hall who leads as they turn into turn 1 for the first time, with Mattel in second, Morellis third. 4th is Alistair Smart. And a good start into 5th position for Philip Brown. Doug Carter's dropped back also behind Stephen Bell. So a couple of the Class B cars there making good starts in their Radical SR3 RSXs. But for the lead of the race, it's the Mattel MC41R, driven by ex-single-seater racer Charles Hall, being chased by his team boss, Scott Mattel, who's there in the slightly newer Mattel car in second place. But here is Philip Brown, who made a good start. He was penalised in race 1 for exceeding track limits, so he'll be hoping to avoid that issue in this one. He's just ahead there of Steve Bell, who's up next. And behind there was the Radical PR6 of Doug Carter and of Northern Irishman Stephen Larkham. And Carter's just cut through there, up ahead of Stephen Bell. So Bell loses a spot in the Tim Gray Motorsport Radical. But the top 3 overall pulling clear, with Charles Hall leading the way.
Yeah, so similar situation really to earlier in the day, our first race on Alpha Live just before the lunch break, although I think it's between the two Mattels, it's not necessarily done yet. Charles Hall with the measure on Scott Mattel, but they've been close in qualifying. The copper and black car certainly a little swifter coming out of bus stop and over the stripe. But we'll see how this race pans out, because Scott Mattel might be playing the long game here, being cautious on his tyres early stages.
Joe Locke did get out in the race, must have started from the pit lane, so he's at the back. Watch out for the Spire that had those problems in the assembly area. Don't think we've got Mark Boot though, unfortunately. He appears to be a non-starter. So here is Phil Brown. Now he's right on the tail of Alistair Smart and challenging as they go uphill. And they touch at a very awkward moment, and a big, big moment for Phil Brown. He's gone grass cutting. He's hooked up some of the North Welsh grass, but he's still right there behind Alistair Smart. That could have gone a lot worse than it did, Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, well, I've heard it's very, very healthy, certainly for the wildlife around here. I'm not sure it does race cars particularly good, though, and it gets wedged in the air vents and in things like brake calipers, but certainly talk about getting away with that. So far, they have managed it. Meanwhile, side-by-side is making some progress there. Stephen Bell on the all-red Stephen Larkham car. And Larkham had a busy first race as well, so picking off really where he left off earlier in the day. 0.9 of a second the gap between the top 2 leaders, Charles Hall and Scott Mattel. They come out of the tricky left-hander to end the lap over the start-finish line to start another lap then in this 20-minute race.
Yeah, it looks like that gap came down, and it did with a faster lap for Mattel, a 1:25.3. We did a 1 minute 23.9 in race 1 for Charles Hall in the Superbike engined leading car that's a little bit lighter than that of Mattel, who chases with the higher booster engined machine. But here's the battle for what is 4th position between Alistair Smart and Phil Brown. It was just out of here a lap ago that we had that touch between them. Luckily, any kind of disaster was avoided. But for Phil Brown, he'd be hoping that he didn't pick up too much grass there that would affect him, but he's braked really late on the inside of Alistair Smart. A big bold move there, Johnny, to grab him to 4th position.
Yeah, very decisive, as you say, full-blooded, and got the space. The door, in fairness, was left wide open by Alistair Smart. I think he knew he was just about to be done like a kipper, and really it's a question of allowing that overtake to happen and see whether Philip Brown can come fighting back. But it does appear that the larger car of the two does seem to have the straight line speed. Now darting from a long way back, Joe Locke, and Mittel is out of the race again. Now, we had this situation earlier on in the day, but it's happened much, much earlier for second place man Scott Mittel, Josh.
Yeah, I thought I saw that Charles Hall was all alone. I wondered what may have happened, but Scott Mittel has parked the car. He was looking underneath the rear of it. And now Joe Locke is slowing as well in the Spire. He just got up to the back of the pack. He'd passed Ian Charles and maybe one or two more as well, but he's also slowing. So problems for the Spire that had those issues before the race got underway. And is Joe Locke even going to get as far as the pit lane? So reliability starting to become a factor in this bike sports race.
Strange that, because Joe Locke was really on a charge heading into Siemens, the left-hander, the downhill left that leads onto Tom Price Straight. And somewhere between that point and the exit of the hairpin, it's all gone very, very wrong for Joe Locke's car. And yes, he is in a position to utilise the pit lane to at least get out of trouble and to avoid any sort of caution at the moment. I'm still trying to get full tabs on where Scott Mittel has ended up, but let's hope that it is somewhere safe and far enough off the circuit to be kept there, maybe covered by local yellows. Charles Hall leading Leon Morel now by nearly 7 seconds.
Yes, we'll have to pick up perhaps some battles a little bit through the field again in this one. So Phil Brown is up there in 3rd place, ahead of Alistair Smart after that move a lap ago, and now he's pulling clear. Doug Carter a couple of seconds back, and we threw a good battle between Smart and Carter in race 1. Stephen Bell is there in 6th position, not that far ahead of Stephen Larkham and Ian Childs. So I think 6th, 7th and 8th might be a battle to look out for. But there is Scott Mittel chatting to Autosport photographer Steve Jones and 750 Motor Club photographer John Elsey, but not what he wanted to be doing at this point in the race.
I mean, they're lovely chaps, and it's a very pleasant afternoon, but you enter a race to want to finish it, and unfortunately, 2 races entered today, and neither of them has he got to the end in. Thankfully, he got a bit further in race 1, but this is the only action for bike sports for the whole weekend, isn't it? So there aren't more races tomorrow, as you were describing. It's a sorry way to end a very otherwise pleasant weekend in North Wales. Meantime, Stephen Bell and Stephen Larkham, the scrap that we've decided to highlight quite rightly on our graphics, heading through the really rapid right-hander at Church and on towards School. This could go any which way right now.
Yeah, Stephen Bell, who was raced in RGB, as it was known then, before moving into bike sports a couple of years ago. He's battling away then with Stephen Larkham, the Northern Irishman, and only his 2nd season of racing after racing in the Irish Road Sport Series last year. And he's got this PR6 now and is improving as the weekend goes on, I think. He finished 7th in race 1, and now he's battling for 6th position in race 2 with Steve Bell, who tended to race front engine cars when he raced in the RGB Championship, but now out in this Radical SR3 RSX that's prepared by Tim Gray Motorsport, with Larkham chasing him then down towards the hairpin for what is the 5th time in this 20-minute race. We got 15 laps out of race 1, so we'll be looking to do similar in this one. They break then up towards the left-hander at bus stop that completes the lap, and yeah, this battle continues, and it's a good one to watch.
Yeah, between the two Steves then, heading now towards the first corner. Stephen Larkham doing the chasing. Steve Bell just a touch wide on the exit of turn 1 there, mounting the curb more so than he would have wished. Now, is that going to affect his exit out of the banking and on towards Church, which will surely be flat in one of these aero-dependent cars? So you fling it in and hope that the grip is there, which once again it is, has been up until this point. So, but it's a moment of faith, perhaps.
You can see the Class A tuned engine PR6 has got a bit more straight line speed than the SR3, but it's not quite enough, is it, for Steve Larkham to get alongside and challenge up into Rocket?
No, again, frustrating perhaps. When we had a similar situation in the 5 Club Racing race as well, in that second place car didn't quite have the straight line speed, but certainly was very good then when they ventured their way through Rocket and Peel and down towards Siemens. So the toe not as advantageous as it might be in saloon cars or indeed things like low cost, although diving to the inside now to go against my theory is Larkham. Little half lock up on the brakes, but that's nicely done in the end. Came from a fairly long way back. I think Steve Bell saw him coming and knew the game was up.
Looks like Charles Hall has backed his pace off. His last lap was in the 1:27s. I presume that's just because he's got a nice lead over Leon Morel and doesn't feel the need to push, although he was saying earlier to Andy McEwen how much he was enjoying driving around this circuit at full speed in this car, but perhaps he's now just going to make sure he can bring that car home as a race winner. Now that Stephen Larkham's got ahead of Steve Bowd, he's really pulling clear, so can Larkham go after the next group of cars? He is over 10 seconds back at this stage from Doug Carter. For Alistair Smart, it looked like he was getting closer to Phil Brown, so perhaps we'll pick up on that now, because here in third position is Brown, and Smart, who had started to drop away at the start of the lap, was 1.1 seconds behind, and saying he was getting closer. We haven't yet seen Alistair Smart behind Phil Brown. And why is that, I wonder?
Yeah, the gap should be about a second, shouldn't it? But it doesn't appear to be. Is that in there? Yeah, Alistair Smart coming out of the course. So maybe Smart's made a mistake on this lap. We haven't got sector times being beamed through to us on our timing screen, but it might just be a slight error or a snatch of a break, which has increased the gap to 2 or 3 seconds now from what was only a second between Brown and Smart at the start of that lap. At the end of it, yeah, it's just under 2, so a brief error for Alistair Smart, but the car is still straight and still showing that it's got plenty of power. Doug Carter, who had a very entertaining race earlier on and might have even got one position better, because his progress, his pace was growing throughout the 20 minutes. Doug's currently in 5th place in the PR6. 5 and a bit seconds still the lead for Charles Hall. Leon Morel, it's tricky here to end this race and to know exactly what he needs to do. Clearly win the class, but he can probably see Charles Hall not too far in front, and Charles, quite deliberately, won't be pushing like crazy now with no Scott Mattel in the race.
Yeah, Leon Morel still pushing on because he did a personal best, a 1:26.65. Not as quick as the first race, about a second slower. So perhaps it's just that bit warmer again, and that means the lap time's not as quick as race 1 of the weekend. But Charles Hall completes what is lap 8 of the race. We're into the second half of it now with just over 8 minutes left on the clock. And he's lapping now consistently in the 1:27s. His lead gap now is, though, 4.7 seconds. So at the rate that Leon Morel is catching, if Charles Hall doesn't go any faster, that we might see a lead battle, but we'll see if then Charles Hall just picks up his pace once more. Still in third position is Phil Brown. Not sure we've seen Phil on the podium in the past. His best result at Donington was a 7th. He had that penalty earlier which dropped him to 9th, but he's up in 3rd, so this is a good one. But here's the race leader. We haven't seen that much of Charles Hall in this race in the 1 litre Mattel MC41R. It may have the smallest engine, but it goes very well, Johnny.
Yeah, often in this type of racing, it's not necessarily down to cubic capacity, but how well the engine has been tuned and how light the car is that it's driving as well, that it's powering. And notably, Charles Hall has dropped off by about 2 seconds compared to his best lap of the race. So he's down in the low 1:27s now, when this car has been capable of a 1:25 earlier in the race. No immediate pressure from behind. We'll be keeping a watchful eye on those mirrors, though. but we got 2 cars from Class B, his most immediate threat, so that's not going to affect the amount of points that he scores in this second bike sports race of the day. Still plenty of power from the car as it heads over the line. Sounds glorious, and we've got 6 minutes and 3/4 still to enjoy of it.
To put into perspective how quick Charles Hall was in race 1, he was only 2 seconds off the circuit lap record set by a Formula 3 car in the hands of Sean Walkinshaw 10 years ago. So obviously these cars are a bit heavier, probably don't cost quite what a Dallara Formula 3 car cost to run back in Formula 3. But it shows, again, the privateer team that Armatel, okay, they've had problems with one of their cars, but they've got a really well put together car, and Charles Hall drives it really well. And just a couple of seconds off the circuit record, and a good chance that lap from race 1 will be the fastest lap of the year around this circuit.
Well, that's something of note. Let's hope that he can cling on to that for the rest of the year. Leon Morel's having an absolute whale of a time here. He's trying to be quick, don't get me wrong, but it's spectacular driving. 4-wheel drifting virtually through Church Corner, and also on the ragged edge as he headed through Peel a moment or 2 ago. Heading now down Tom Price Straight, and the car as straight as a die through there, trying to brake as late as possible. And that's not necessarily to catch Charles Hall. He's just trying to tick off faster laps, and he's at the moment been capable of a 1:26.6 in this race. We've just noted that maybe Stephen Larkham is trailing just a bit of bodywork on the front left. It's like a dive plane or a bit of the splitter that is working its way loose. So that will definitely be affecting how it cuts through the air, Josh.
It would seem so, although he did his personal best lap last time round.
Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't need it at all in that case.
You can hear it trailing the ground, as you say, going through the hairpin there. He did a 1:28.8 on that last lap. Not quite as quick as he managed in race 1, actually. But he's still there in 6th. He's pulling clear of Stephen Larkham. He's sliding around as he comes out of the final corner. Battle for 3rd. That gap's still 1.4 seconds between Phil Brown and Alistair Smart. Alistair Smart there, who won the Class A Championship last year. The driver from Hampshire. But there's our leader, Charles Hall, who's now only 3.8 seconds behind Leon Morelli, still sliding his Radical SR3 around. This car that's run by Valor Racing. Leon is a 40-year-old carpet shop owner from Nottingham who started car racing just 3 seasons ago. He won the championship back in 2021.
Oh, spin for Alistair Smart. Now, was there some contact with Doug Carter? Because I saw Doug exiting stage left there, and the two of them, well, weren't particularly together. Maybe Doug has had to take avoiding action because Smart spun on his own. But, yeah, at the start of the lap, there's about 6 seconds between them. So spin all on his own for Alistair Smart, we're hearing, from 4th position, and he has lost that place now to Doug Carter, who was minding his own business in the earlier race today, and that patience was rewarded with places gained. Leon Morel pushing on as well. Headlights on now, we all know what that means in motorsport language. He means business, and he can see Charles Hall a bit further up the road now. The fact that you can see a rival will give you even more of a shot at the arm.
Remember, he was 30 seconds behind in race 1. He's only 3 seconds behind with a couple or 3 laps to go here in race 2. The pair are 20 seconds ahead of Phil Brown, who's obviously now well clear in 3rd from Doug Carter, who's up ahead of now of Alistair Smart. So that was also a change for what is 2nd place in Class A. And then Stephen Larkham in 6th. Stephen Bell has got himself, Ian Charles has closed in. So for 7th and 8th positions, there's a potential positional change before the end of this race, which sees Alistair Smart in 5th position. He's 4 seconds behind Doug Carter after that spin just on the latest lap of the race. And some issue tracked up the top of the circuit. There's a bit of brake lock-up, I think. Once the leader crosses the line, I think we're 2 laps to go for Charles Hall. And Leon Morel continues in 2nd. The gap goes out to 4 seconds because all of a sudden Charles Hall punches in a 1:25. So I think he showed all along that that pace was there if he needed it. Morel still sliding that SR3 around. who's there in second place. And now what's happened? Stephen Larkham, who was in sixth, now has he parked his car up with Scott Mattel's, or has he had a bit of an issue there, Johnny?
Well, let's just take it at face value and just think that he's broken down. The car, maybe with no pace. 27 has already parked there, remember. Scott Mattel, who was second at the time, must have been about 10 or 15 minutes ago now, but that is starting to turn into a bike sports graveyard, unfortunately, at the top end of the circuit. There's contact coming out of the final corner as well, and that was the 24 car of Ian Charles getting hooked up with the 86 car of Stephen Bell, who you can see right now parked broadside, being covered by local yellows. Still 1 minute and 27 seconds left on the clock, and Steve can recover that moment, thankfully, before the race leader, Charles Hall, arrives on the scene.
I think he was doing a bit of a bow as he to his team as he got back going. I don't think there was contact. Ian Charles was very close to him and managed to avoid contact, I believe. Those two were battling. I think Ian Charles had got past. Stephen Bell tried to come up the inside and then had that spin. But, yeah, that was very close to what could have been quite a large accident, actually. So there may only be 7 cars running, but we almost had a drama there towards the end. But it's the last lap now for Charles Hall. And now he's got a 6-second lead because he's done another 1 minute 25. Still a long way off the pace from race 1, but he's still much quicker than Leon Morel, who's there in second place. Phil Brown only now crosses the line. He's on for a podium, which I think would be a first for him in bike sports, and for 4th position. Doug Carter's being recaught by Alistair Smart, and that's for a 2nd position within class, so that's quite important if Alistair Smart can regain that position. But for Charles Hall, I suspect he probably would have preferred a battle with his mate Scott, wouldn't he, rather than have this sort of an easy drive, but it's all good for the championship, I suppose.
Well, that's true. A nice big points haul again for Class A victory, but it has been a race where he's been afforded the chance to wind back the wick and maybe drive at 80 or even 70% at times. A lot of the lap times more recently have been 2 seconds away from his best in this race, and we know he went even faster for the first race of the day. He's done all he needs to do, though, and heading into bus stop now, it'll be another victory for Charles Hall, Josh.
And that's 3 in a row now in bike sports. He won the 2nd race at Donington. He's won both races today here at Anglesey. For Leon Morel, it's a similar case in Class B. He won the 2nd race at Donington and now has won 2 today at Anglesey. He takes 2nd overall this time, 6.5 seconds behind the winner, Charles Hall. And we wait for the rest. In 3rd position should be Phil Brown, which will be a great result for him if he can hang on this last lap. He turns his way now up towards the final corner at bus stop, and it is a 3rd position overall for Phil Brown after some good moves early on. For 4th position, Doug Carter hangs on ahead of Alistair Smart, and then in 6th position will be Ian Charles, and 7th will be Stephen Bell. So hopefully we'll have more bike sports out as we head to Croft in 4, 5, 6 weeks' time, I think. So a few weeks away till our next round at Croft, and hopefully, like I say, we'll see more cars there. Snetterton, Brands Hatch and Silverstone will round off the season for the 2023 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship. Here are the results, though, from round 4, and it was Charles Hall who won by 6.5 seconds over Leon Morel and Phil Brown in 3rd. 4th for Doug Carter, ahead of Alistair Smart, who had a spin. 6th for Ian Charles, and the last finisher in 7th place, Stephen Bell. Retirement with problems for Steve Larkham, Joe Locke and Scott Mattel, who were the 10 starters. Action not just here on the circuit, Anglesey, but also in the sea as well. That seems like quite a good thing to do today, Johnny.
It's a good way to cool off, isn't it? Because it's pretty warm in our commentary box being on the 3rd floor, and even hotter, clearly, in the race cars. But yeah, if you're out on the open sea, a chance to soak up the rays, but at a much more comfortable temperature. They are missing a cracking day's racing, though, I will say. So let's hope that they've got in the diary to visit Anglesey tomorrow at the very least.
One more race today to look forward to, which is the Calm All Porsche Trophy. That'll be a 15-minute sprint race. Just to remind you that racing begins at about 9:30 tomorrow after one qualifying session, so we'll be coming on air around then, and we'll see racing for everything we've seen today, bar bike sports and road sports, but we'll be joined by the Club Enduro Championship. Andy McEwen is down in Parc Fermé with the winners from the bike sports.
So the second bike sports race of the day then, it's another victory for Charles Hall. Charles thinks he's finished second because he's parked in front of the second place board, but you're not giving anyone else a chance to win a race, are you? It looked like that you had that one pretty much in hand.
It's a shame Scott went out because that was going to be a handful, but to be honest, we tried a few different things, just to keep improving, and this time it was Leon. I was sort of having a look in the mirrors, and then I saw Leon there, and I thought, yeah, he's going well, he's keeping me there, so yeah, well done to Leon, and bit of a shame for my teammate, but yeah, over the moon, and I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it.
I was going to ask you about that mid-phase of the race then, because it did look as though Leon was closing in on you. Were you managing the situation? Was there an issue?
I just went a little bit, tried something different on the tyres, and once the pressure was off with Scott, the tyres just dropped off a little bit, and then I saw Leon there, and he didn't come back in as quick as I wanted, so he was definitely on my tail. I'm like, got to get my head down.
Perfect weekend for you. Do you know what the issues are, by the way, with Scott's car? Was it the same problem, do we think, that he had in the earlier race?
I don't know, actually. I saw him give the slow down sign, so I knew he was definitely out. So, yeah, shame for that, but yeah, cracking weekend and well pleased.
Excellent stuff. So, a great result there for Charles Hall, second win of the weekend. Now, where's Leon Morel got to? Oh, there he is, sorry, right in front of me. Leon, congratulations, second place finish for you there, but as Charles was just saying, you had him worried there for a bit.
The car was absolutely mega then. Like, sometimes they just click, and that thing was fast. Track's obviously dropped pace, I think, but I was absolutely wringing its neck. Loved that, really enjoyed it. Great competition. Mega chuffed to see my teammate Phil third overall, so yeah, really good day. I mean, sunny conditions, dialed weather, live coverage, and the usual 750 Motor Club goodness. So yeah, no, really enjoyable. Can't do one piece, and we're coming home with a smile on our face, aren't we? So.
That is the main thing, absolutely. Congratulations, Leon, on that second place. Let's have a word with your teammate, shall we, then? Because Philip Brown, second within Class B again, which is the same result as he had within the class earlier on. But this time, Philip, you're on the overall podium. Not bad.
Fantastic, yeah. Rookie season last year. So, yeah, first podium, so really excited.
I'll tell you what.
Without its problems.
Well, go on then, do tell.
Well, I had contact with Alistair at one point, but we survived it, so hope he's okay about it.
Oh, well, you can have a chat with him after, I'm sure, over a barbecue and a nice cold drink. Tell you what, you look the freshest of all the drivers that I've spoken to today. You don't look worn out at all in what are very difficult conditions.
Well, I'm 61, so maybe I'm a more relaxed attitude to it all. But yeah, it's been a great day and a fantastic circuit, and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Glad to hear it. Well done, Philip Hall, then, on a podium finish. Right, one more race to do then today. Very special one as well, because it's the Calm All Porsche Trophy. We're seeing a lot of these drivers tomorrow, including their 40-minute feature race. But for now, it's their first sprint race of the weekend.
Yep, so it's the All Porsche Trophy, which supports the campaign against Living Miserably charity, and it's a fantastic entry of various shapes and sizes of Porsche that have made their way here to Anglesey. We're expecting 30 cars on the grid, which I think is the biggest grid we've ever had for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. So we're looking forward to, as Andy said, the first of two sprint races over the course of the weekend. The other will come up tomorrow morning, and then a feature race of 40 minutes tomorrow. So one or two drivers allowed in each car, and then they have elected one driver to race today, and then presumably a different one tomorrow morning, and then they will both, if it's a two-driver squad, get to race tomorrow afternoon. So in a few moments' time we'll guide you through this grid. The cars should have a green flag lap before what will be a 15-minute race. But we see Caymans, Boxsters, 944s, 968s, 924s on this grid, and a 911 at the back as well to enjoy. You can just see that at the bottom right hand corner of the screen. Great to see that particular machine. But let's have a look then at how they are going to line up. So for the second Calm All Porsche Trophy race of the season, it's Steve Hewson's Porsche Cayman that starts on pole, alongside Stephen Cunniff in the first of the Boxster S's. On the second row, Richard Harmon in a 944 Turbo starts alongside John Walker in his Boxster S. On the third row, we have some more Boxsters, this time Paul Simpson and Chris Walker. On the fourth row, we will find Andrew Peck in a 968. The similar car alongside will be driven by Alvaro Craigo. Andrew Juice is there on the fifth row in his Boxster, and the similar car of Gary Goodwin alongside. On the sixth row is Jamie McHugh in his 968 alongside Sam Callahan in his Boxster. On to the seventh row, we will see more Boxsters over actually the next 5 positions. So firstly for Mike Kurtler and Metin Yilmaz, then for Graham Hurd and William Kurtler. On the ninth row is Clayton Sampson, who's out there in the 968, and Thomas McHugh alongside in his 944. Ferdinand Gattino starts on the 10th row of the grid in his Boxster alongside the Cayman, driven by Paul Hicks. Then we get Jessica Wilkinson, who drives a Boxster alongside the similar car of James Harvey. Andy Baker, another Boxster, starts alongside Hugh Pert in his 924. Rich Gravestock will start 25th in his 944 alongside the 924, driven by Phil Waters. John Jones is in another 924 alongside Chris Waltonspool in his Boxster. And finally, Ken Van Houen in that Porsche 911 will start at the back of what now looks to be a 29 car grid for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. And we look forward to this 15-minute race, Johnny Palmer, with this great variety of Porsches and from a range of eras as well.
It's great, isn't it? Keep calm and drive a Porsche. You can have that for nothing. Yeah, really nice to see lots of different types of car and presumably therefore different lap speeds. It's going to be fascinating to try and compare qualifying times to race distance, because these cars only doing 15 minutes tonight with a longer distance, much longer distance planned for tomorrow afternoon, just after the lunch break. We know Porsches are a rock solid car and capable of producing speed over a short sprint race and a much longer mini enduro, but a quick way to learn a Porsche history, I suppose, certainly of recent years anyway, and nice to have, rather than just the domination of Caymans, the odd 911 and the 968 as well.
Absolutely right, Johnny. So the cars are returning from this green flag lap. It'll take a little while because there's so many of them to line up, but we've actually got 3 different types of car just in the first 3 spots, with Steve Hewson's Porsche Cayman there on the pole position. He was the race winner in the 40-minute race at Donington Park, who starts alongside Stephen Cunniff in the car he will share over the course of the weekend with Patrick Scharfegger, and they've wisely taken the roof off of their Boxster S for this race to give a little bit more cooling to the driver. And then a 944 Turbo driven by Richard Harmon starts third. There are 4 classes here based on power to weight ratio. So class 1 is where we find the Caymans generally, class 2 for the Boxsters on the whole, and then in class 3 we tend to find the front-engined cars, and then in class 4 the 924s, although that be a little bit mixed up in places. So the cars are in place, the red lights are on, and the Calm All Porsche Trophy is underway. It's a very poor start for Stephen Cunniff on the outside of the front row, so he's lost a couple of places, but it's Steve Hewson who leads, with John Walker in what is second position as the field flow their way through turn 1. For third position, it's Richard Harmon who gets the better of the slow start in Stephen Cunniff, and then the rest of the field make their way down into the second corner of the banking for the first time. And as we expected, the field just starts to spread out at this stage, but with some battles out there as well, as running wide was Cunniff as he loses out to the car of Paul Simpson that makes his way into 4th.
Another car that ran wide as well, I think Andrew Peck, quite possibly, maybe going off in sympathy of Stephen Cunniff. Yeah, his race just hasn't started, has it, from the outside of the front row? And every credit to John Walker, who needed to react very quickly to a car that was crawling away from the grid at walking pace. Now, it might be that Stephen Cunniff just needs some laps underneath him before he starts to find a bit more pace. There's a big wiggle there from the number 88 car, which is Paul Simpson, who started from 5th position. Despite the lack of speed around Peel, he's still diving up the inside of Christian Walker to maybe gain a position. But Steve Hewson, maybe he thought there was going to be some threat early doors from Stephen Cunliffe. It's not there at the moment, but there's 15 minutes for Stephen Cunliffe to try and turn the tables.
I would expect it may have been Patrick Scharfegger that set the time in that car, who we'll see tomorrow. So Stephen Cunliffe perhaps just fallen more into the natural order of his pace. But for Steve Hewson then in the Cayman, that he raced in Club Enduro last year with success, completes the first lap as the leader from the 944 Turbo of Richard Harmon. Then John Walker up into 3rd position. For Steve Cunliffe, he's still battling away there, I think, with Christian Walker, the teenager from Berkshire, who's just about slotted up ahead into that additional position. 96 getting involved in that little squabble as well, which is the car driven by Andrew Peck in his 968. So a nice battle developing then for what is 5th position between Walker and Cunliffe just behind in a couple of the Boxster S machines, which are such a popular car nowadays. I guess you can race a Porsche on a fairly decent budget with a Boxster S, and you've also got then some of the more classic front-engine cars involved in these battles with Andrew Peck just behind.
Yeah, Andrew Peck again was a little ragged on that first lap, but he's tidied things up since then, and as I say, established himself now in at least 6th, and possibly bothering Cunliffe to force a mistake from Stephen to gain another position. It's not forthcoming just yet, but they've got these 2 long straights now to negotiate. And in fact, no, Peck's still not by Cunliffe just yet. They're stretching out almost into chevron formation behind, and headed by Sam Callahan in the 44. Tucked in behind is Gary Goodwin, so Callahan's got ahead of Goodwin from their grid positions. And then is that another 968 in the queue, just tucked in behind? I reckon it is, behind those 2 Caymans.
Yeah, so that's a great battle as they come up across the line now, just behind Stephen Cunliffe in the 199 machine, who's there ahead of Andrew Peck still. Then Sam Callahan, Gary Goodwin, Jamie McHugh, all involved in that battle as well. So we can see there 46, Gary Goodwin, just behind Sam Callahan, the driver from Essex, who was an X Factor finalist 10 years ago, but now has turned his attention to cars, which seems much more sensible.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, it's 5 minutes of fame or a full season of entertainment. Surely no competition there. As the 72 of Mike Kurtler is jostling for position with the blue 68 tucked in behind. Is that 68? I think I might have misread the number. Steve Hewson is 68, leading in fact. Meanwhile, into Rocket Corner now, nose to tail between Gary Goodwin and the 44 car. So again, some movement. Sam Callahan had been ahead of Gary Goodwin, and now he's back behind again. These two trying to get a little closer to Andrew Peck's 968.
Yeah, for some reason, Sam Callahan's dropped off our timing tower there on the left-hand side. So we'll try and get that back for you. But anyway, Steve Cunliffe, who was losing positions, is still just about keeping Andrew Peck behind him as they turn their way through the right-hander at hairpin. In the classes, leading class 1 is Steve Hewson, in class 2 is Paul Simpson, who's just keeping the car of John Walker at bay. Then in class 3, Jamie McHugh leads the way, and in class 4 it's Hugh Pert. So lots of class battles as well as inter-class battles out there as well. And around the outside into turn 1, we saw, I think that was Gary Goodwin, make a move as he passed the car of Andrew Peck. So a change there at turn 1. So some good racing here, just a little bit further behind the leaders.
So you ran through classes 1 to 4. We also have class X. Now, is that for exempt cars? Invitation. So rather than an I, read X. You often see that in other categories as well, either exempt or extra special. And Richard Harman is in one of those cars in a 944 Turbo, so right up there in second position, but therefore not scoring points. Because, well, it's not strictly a championship, is it? Because it's their one-off races at the All Porsche Trophy.
Not picking up any class trophies at the end of the day.
That's a shame.
But he gets to enjoy racing on these fields.
And he's getting plenty of coverage on Alpha Live as well, being that far up. About 3.2 seconds away from the race leader, Steve Hewson. Not quite at half distance for this 15-minute race. Keeping an eye as well on 10th place for Jamie McHugh in the second of the 968s, but that is a Class 3 Porsche 968.
Slow in there was 96, Andrew Peck, who was well inside the top 10. This is the battle for Class 2 that heads up towards the final corner with Paul Simpson, who I think he's making his Carmel Porsche Trophy debut, just ahead of John Walker, the ex-Caterham and Lotus racer. Involved in this battle, you've got a couple of variations on the Martini livery, haven't you, in this little scrap, which is, of course, a classic Porsche colour scheme. So those cars just turning their way up here to the final corner. So that includes at the front of it 661, which is Andrew Juice, who I think started a little bit further up the order. But, oh, he's only in 10th, isn't he? He's only one place further back than where he started. He was just ahead of Graham Hurd, Mike Cutler. And we've had a spinner, have we, on screen there, Steve Cunniff?
Yeah. Coming out of turn one, I think, only a half spin, but it did end up on the grass, and he needed to do a quick U-turn to recover that situation. That's the car that started from the front row, remember, but Josh making the point that it was likely to be his teammate who set the time earlier in the day, and Stephen Cunniff now having to recover the bits, probably fallen outside of the top 10 as a result of that. Yeah, now behind Mike Kurtler, so that will be 12th position for Stephen Cunniff.
So he'll be looking to make some of those positions up, because the results of this race does set the grid for tomorrow morning's race. Lead gap is 3.2 seconds between Steve Hewson and Richard Harman. Hewson set the fastest lap at 1 minute 40.8. Still Paul Simpson is there in third, ahead of John Walker, who's being caught by his son Christian. So Christian Walker in 5th position, starting to catch Dad John. So we'll look to see if that is a battle. In the past, those two drivers have shared a car, but for this season they've got a Boxster S each. Battle down here into the hairpin, which involves 72, Mike Kurtler, who gets up the inside of Graham Hurd. Novice Cross on the back of the Martini liveried car of Kurtler. And I wonder if Steve Cunniff might be able to make his way up ahead of them, because we've seen him run further up the order before his spin.
It is at least good to see Graham Hurd on the track, though, because he ended his qualifying session, parked up on one of the link roads, I think for the club circuit, and was there for a long time before, at the end of the session, his car was recovered. But clearly that's been a relatively easy fix at some point today to get the car out for the race start, and he's circulating in 11th position in that yellow, orange, red smart livery, which sort of changes the closer you get to the front of the car.
It's nice, there's lots of different liveries out there as well, isn't there, in this grid? And they make their way then uphill towards Rocket once more. So these all similar Porsche Boxster S's involved in this battle. So the 72 car of Kurtler stays clear then of Graham Hurd, with Steve Cunniff just behind them at this stage, but a little wide there for Hurd. So Cunniff now looks to the inside through Peel, and he can't quite make it work. So they stay in the same order at this stage of the race on lap 6 of the motor race, which is about to be completed by Steve Hewson, with potentially the lead gap starting to come down between him and Richard Harman. On the previous lap, Harman was a couple of tenths quicker, and as they complete the 6th lap of the race, the gap has come down to 2.2 seconds, the smallest gap we've seen between the top two for a while.
All right, well, Steve Hewson should have a bit more to give if the car is still beneath him. Has already set a 140.88, but dropped down into the 142s, as you've mentioned. Side by side here as well, 903 to the outside, which is Ken Van Houen, who we mentioned started towards the rear. That is very much an class car.
This is a 1973 Porsche 911 with a 3.2 litre Carrera engine that in the past has raced in American club racing, but has been brought over to the UK for the driver from Surrey. And it's a great looking car, isn't it? This Porsche 911s are probably one of the oldest cars on the grid. Perhaps with a few modifications that take the 911 shape away a little bit, which obviously it's been done when it was racing in the States.
Including that ridiculously large rear wing, but it looks superb. Straight out of the Nürburgring, I would say, and you just need to paint it orange and stick Jägermeister on the side perhaps, and yeah, it would be right back in period, but thanks to Ken for bringing that to Anglesey, and again, varying the field yet further.
We've got a great battle between a whole host of 924s and a few other cars as well involved in this battle that comes up across the line for what is 20th position in the race. You've got Alvaro Crago's 968, 944 in there as well of Rich Gravestock. Then the 924s are Phil Waters and Hugh Pert as well. For the race leaders, they are starting a lap traffic as well, aren't they, as they complete 7 laps. There's still just a couple of seconds between Steve Hewson and Richard Harman. There should be 2 laps to go. Behind them, the battle for Class 2 has the top 3 together. And Christian Walker's got ahead of his dad, hasn't he? He's got into 4th position, up ahead of John Walker, but it's still Paul Simpson who leads Class 3. There they are, just heading through, ahead of Class 2, I should say, as they turn their way through the banking. But this battle far from over with 2 laps to go, Johnny.
Certainly not. And a little look there from the sky blue car to the inside of Church. It would have been brave to try something there for Christian Walker. John Walker tucked in behind, though, ready to take advantage should it come his way. They're going to lap Ken von Bauer, and meanwhile, big plume of smoke on the start-finish straight. I expected an engine to have gone bang there, but maybe it was more so tyre smoke. Strange place for it to appear, though, on the main straight between bus stop and turn 1. Meantime, here's the scrap then for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions to decide who finishes on the P2 podium and indeed the overall podium, because it's looking like we're going to have 3 different classes represented on that overall podium.
And Christian Walker looks to the outside. We've had a spin for Andy Baker, I think that is in 28. Now, we saw that big plume of smoke going up towards turn 1, and we've seen a car spin. So whether you want to put 2 and 2 together and what you make out of that, we'll see what happens. But here is Dad now looking up the inside of Christian Walker. So they're wheel to wheel, but Christian hangs on, the 19-year-old university student. Not sure what you were doing when you were 19, Johnny, but probably wasn't racing Porsches, I guess.
Sadly not. No, a misspent youth, but not in these German machines. It would have been nice to have done that. But yeah, get him started early, and I'm sure he's already an absolute Porsche addict. We'll see. It will be interesting to know how many cars he will own through the course of his lifetime, and indeed race. So 99 is the suspicion that it's the smoking car. By the way, we're inside a lap time now, well inside it at 49 seconds. That's Graham Hurd in the 99 car. I spoke, did I not, about his issues earlier in the day, Josh?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We've got off the circuit now is John Walker, and Christian Walker's taken the lead in the class. So not quite sure what happened up there at Church Corner. But a bit of a moment. We're on the last lap of the race now. Steve Hewson still leads by 2.6 seconds, but it's all changed behind with Christian Walker through. You can see the smoke pluming out the back of Graham Hurd's car there, but looks like he's going to try and continue on this final lap of the race. But for Steve Hewson, the 55-year-old from the West Midlands, leads the way, as he did at Donington Park. He's raced all sorts of cars over the last 10 years or so. The Club Enduro champion from 2018, nowadays moving to the Calm All Porsche Trophy, and he's going to take another victory, it would seem, here at Anglesey in the 2nd race of the season. There he is in these Cayman. He turns left then and will accelerate up towards the line in his 2-litre turbocharged car, and he sees the checkered flag first. But he was pushed pretty much all the way by Richard Harman, who comes home in 2nd. And off the circuit goes one of the Class 2 leaders, Paul Simpson, and he has a big spin across the track. So for 3rd position, Christian Walker. I'm not sure if Simpson got past Walker again, and then Simpson had that spin into the final corner. Into the pit lane has come Andrew Peck. who I think had a few issues during the course of that race. So who finished third? That was Christian Walker. He won Class 2 ahead of his dad, John. Gary Goodwin took 5th. 6th, I think, still went the way of Paul Simpson, despite that spin a few moments ago. Luckily, he wasn't collected by anybody. He took 5th in the end, just ahead of Gary Goodwin. Sam Callahan was 7th, and the Class 3 win went to Jamie McHugh, who took 8th, ahead of Andrew Juice and Mike Kurtler, who were in different classes. Looks like Clayton Sampson is on for 2nd in Class 3, ahead of Thomas McHugh. In Class 4, it's Hugh Pert in his 924 who led on to the final lap of the race, and we'll see if he can hang on to take the Class 4 win, where we find the Porsche 924s that in the past have had their own championship, now as a class within the All Porsche Trophy. And in a few moments' time, we will get Hugh up across the line. And it was Ivor Mayers, who's not here, who won that class last time out at Donington. Perhaps he was a lap down, actually, because I think all the cars have taken the checkered flag now. But an enjoyable race, day of 750 Motor Club racing, Johnny.
Oh, a day as a whole, too right. It started with plenty of action and not necessarily in the good type for Scott Mattel in the Bike Sports Championship. Unfortunately, it's been a day to forget, all told, for him. But the rest of the categories delivering as only 750 Motor Club can, and particularly here at Anglesey. A debut, we think, on the international circuit. And for me, it's worked pretty well. We've had overtaking down into the hairpin. We've had some good action, particularly through this final corner as well, not least on the closing stages there for Paul Simpson, who just about got away with it and still finished on his class podium in P2. Over to you, Joshua, for the final results of the last race of the day.
So it was a win for Steve Hewson in round 2 of the Calm All Porsche Trophy, with Richard Harmon in 2nd. The Class 2 winner, Christian Walker, took 3rd ahead of his dad, John. Paul Simpson was 5th. 6th was Gary Goodwin. Sam Callahan was 7th ahead of the Class 3 winner, Jamie McHugh. Andrew Juice and Mike Kurtler completed the top 10. Stephen Cunniff, Graham Hurd, Gabrielle Yilmaz and William Kurtler completed the top 14 on page 1 of our timing screens. Then we got Fernando Gattino in 15th ahead of Clayton Simpson and Thomas McHugh. They were both Class 3 cars. They kept some trophies. Jessica Wilkinson was 18th ahead of Andy Baker and Alvaro Crago. Rich Gravestock was 21st, a lap down, ahead of the Class 4 winner Hugh Pert. Paul Hicks, Philip Waters, Chris Waltonspool, John Jones and Ken Van Howen were also finishers. Andrew Peck was the only driver we saw in issues, and he finished a couple of laps down. But all by 5 o'clock, we're done for day 1 of the 750 Motor Club, so we can all go and enjoy the sunshine and the scenery here at Anglesey. But we get to do it all again tomorrow, Johnny, for a similar time period, but now with more racing with just one qualifying period tomorrow.
You do realise that's in my contract, that the day has to end before 5, otherwise I don't show up. I'm joking. But
that's why you do 24-hour races, isn't it?
Yes. Well, the thing is, because they're such long weekends, I have to make sure my club racing is nice and short to balance things out. No, just the way things have happened, and we've stayed nicely to time. Yeah, the odd lap here and there have been pinched, I suppose, but I think everyone understands that, and there's been 1 or 2 incidents that have needed clearing up, but otherwise we have stuck very much to timetable and an earlier start tomorrow, so to mark your card nicely for that, because it's another full day of live streaming.
Absolutely right. We'll be live around 9:30 tomorrow on Alpha Live following that qualifying session for the Club Endurance Championship. And then we'll have racing twice tomorrow for low cost and Mazda MX-5 and the All Porsche Trophy. We'll have that 2-hour race at the end of the day for Club Enduro, and then single runs for Mazda 7s and Mighty Minis. So we have a entertaining 9 races to look forward to tomorrow. But for the final time today, we'll head downstairs into the sunshine with Andy McEwen.
Well, the Calm All Porsche Trophy entertaining us here at the end of the day. We've got 4 class winners, hopefully, to try and have a chat with. We're going to start with Steve Hewson, then our overall and SP1 winner in the stunning Porsche Cayman. I mean, now that we actually get a chance to see this thing up close and personal, it is a thing of beauty, and it was the fastest car out on track with the fastest driver as well. Steve Hewson, congrats on the race win. How did you find that one?
Good, hot, and not much grip out there. Certainly less than there was during quali, but we'd seen that through the times throughout the day. The race pace looked like they were going slower than most of the quali sessions. So other than that, yeah, clean, lights to flag, which is brilliant. So yeah, one of the Boxsters was catching me towards the end a little, so yeah, it kept me pushing on a bit.
It's always nice to lead lights to flag. Of course, we like to see a battle, but one thing I think maybe the viewers at home don't understand is that when you are leading and you're trying to manage that gap and look after the tyres and look after the car, it's as if you're in a battle, isn't it? It's mentally exhausting.
You're still working fairly hard and you're still thinking about how hard to push because you don't want to risk throwing it off whilst in the lead with no cars around you. And, you know, but equally you want to maintain a gap so that if you do have any errors or any problems or anything at all, obviously the bigger the gap is, the better your chances of recovering from it.
Thoughts for tomorrow now? 2 more races, including the long one. What's the thoughts and the plan for tomorrow?
Well, the long one's what we're more used to. We're more used to doing endurance races than sprints. This is probably only about my 3rd or 4th sprint ever. So sprint tomorrow morning. Obviously, today's place will get us in pole again. So it's more of the same, I think, if we can.
Fingers crossed for you. Congratulations then to Steve, our race winner. Now we need Christian Walker next, the number 7 machine, winner in SP2. I've got his car, and I think I found Christian as well. So Christian Walker then, winner of the... Oh, no, that's not Christian Walker. Where is Christian Walker gone? I've walked past him. Sorry about that, Christian. Congrats, class victory. You look a bit exhausted, but good result.
Yeah, that is proper knackering, I can't lie. But yeah, it's a great race. I had Dad in front and Paul in front of him, all just fighting. And then Dad chucked up the inside, they sort of compromised, brought me back in, and then we were just fighting to the last couple of laps, but yeah, really good.
It is one of those tracks, isn't it, where because it's quite tight and technical, when you get a bit of side-by-side, it really can hold people up.
Yeah, it's just one person gets compromised, the next 2-3 corners, you've got all the momentum on them, and you just pull up alongside and you're fighting, and then either could go.
How much are you concentrating on your class position and how much are you just trying to work sort of as far up the overall running order as you can?
Well, I mean, you're trying to get as far forward as possible, but you know, some of these cars are stupid quick, so we're just sort of fighting amongst ourselves. That's all we can really do, really.
Well, you did it pretty well. Class victory there for Christian. Now, Jamie McHugh is up this way somewhere, number 25. Jamie, there you are. Where's your car gone, Jamie? Well, we'll get you in front of your car so you get all your sponsors in and everything. Class victory within SP3 there. Good day's work so far.
Brilliant, yeah, it's a good race. Earlier we done the road sports as well, so it was like a 40-minute race, and then into this, so pretty knackered after that.
I thought this car looked familiar. I mean, that is a long day, and you've just been doing all the driving yourself.
No, I shared the drive this morning with my dad. He's out today in another 944 in this as well. Yeah, it's a good race. Glad to get the car back in one piece.
I think everyone's kind of that opinion because the heat, it takes its toll on you, but also the cars as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And for some reason, it stinks of petrol in there, so you get out with a headache as well, you know. But yeah, no, it's one piece. Happy, good day.
We'll let you go and get a drink of something cold for the headache, you understand, medicinal purposes. Right, the last class winner is Hugh Peart, who was in the number 36 car down there. I think he stood still by his car, so a bit of up and down through the paddock to be done to find our final class winner then at the end of what's been a fantastic day here at Anglesey. Don't forget, another full day of racing to come tomorrow as well. We're live at 9:30 in the morning for that one. Hugh, victory in class SP4 then. How was that race for you?
It was brilliant. Lots of people to race with. Everybody was really close. It was real fun. Perfect weather, perfect circuit, so real fun.
You can tell we're British because all anyone has done today is talk about the weather. Tomorrow could be a bit more of a challenge, I'm reliably informed.
Well, having the last couple of weeks, all I've seen is clouds on the Met Office predictions. I think, oh, it's going to be grim, it's going to be grim. So when you come up like this, you think celebration, and you can really drive it hard when it's dry.
Well, that's true, but you have to manage that, don't you? Perhaps if it is cooler tomorrow, in a way, it's one less thing to think about. You know, the car isn't going through quite as much, or the driver.
Yeah, it is really hot in there. Even after a quarter of an hour, car's red hot. But no, perfect day, thank you.
Excellent stuff. So congratulations to Hugh, all of our class winners, all of our race winners over the course of what's been a fantastic first day of action. Like I said, we're back again tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning with most of the championships that you saw racing today. Plus, of course, the headline act in a way is the Club Enduro race, a 2-hour race to conclude our 2 days here at, for the time being, a sunny Anglesey. We'll keep our fingers crossed that the weather is back with us again tomorrow and that you all tune in as well to enjoy another great day of racing.